Hello, everybody. What's up? Today we're gonna be reading you all a book. Maybe it goes well, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. We'll find out. In front of a fireplace, in an armchair. I'm not, but I will turn webcam on for free so that you guys can see my beautiful here reading the book to you all. Okay, let's get some music going, because I found some for this. Some nice ambient. So, without further ado, we will just get started on this. It's gonna be how it is. We'll see. Of course you would, 2K. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to... Hold on, I rehearsed this. This is the first take. Sergeant Silence Fine Arts Wheel Production presents R.L. Stein's Goosebumps, The Horror at Camp Jellyjam. Presented by Scholastics. Goosebumps number 33. Chapter 1. Mom pointed excitedly out the car window. Look, a cow! My brother, Elliot, and I both groaned. We had been driving through farmland for 4 hours, and Mom had pointed out every single cow and horse. Look out your side, Wendy, Mom cried from the front seat. Sheep! I stared out the window and saw about a dozen gray sheep, fat, woolly ones, grazing on a grassy green hill. Nice sheep, Mom, I said, rolling my eyes. There's a cow, Elliot exclaimed. Now he was doing it. I reached across the back seat and gave him a hard shove. Mom, is it possible to explode from boredom? I moaned. Boom! Elliot shouted. The kid is a riot, isn't he? I told you, Dad muttered to Mom. A 12-year-old is too old to go on a long car trip. So is an 11-year-old, Elliot protested. I'm 12. Elliot is 11. How can you two be bored? Mom asked. Look, horses! Dad sped up to pass a huge yellow truck. The road curved through high, sloping hills. In the far distance, I could see gray mountains rising up in a heavy mist. There's so much beautiful scenery to admire, Mom gushed. After a while, it all looks like the same boring old calendar, I complained. Elliot pointed out the window. Look, no horses! He doubled over, laughing. He thought it was the funniest thing anyone had ever said. Elliot really cracks himself up. Mom turned in the front seat. She narrowed her eyes at my brother. Are you making fun of me? She demanded. Yes, Elliot replied. Of course not, I chimed in. Who would ever make fun of you, Mom? This post is the point of horses. When do you ever stop? Mom complained. We're leaving Idaho, Dad announced. That's Wyoming up ahead. We'll be up in those mountains soon. Maybe we'll see mountain cows, I exclaimed sarcastically. Elliot laughed. Mom sighed. Go ahead. Ruin our first family vacation in 3 years. We hit a bump. I heard the trailer bounce behind us. Dad had hooked one of those big old-fashioned trailers to the back of our car. We had dragged it all over the West. The trailer was actually kind of fun. It had 4 narrow beds built into the sides, and it had a table we could sit around to eat or play cards. Even it had a small kitchen. At night, we'd pull into a trailer camp. Dad would hook the trailer up to water and electricity, and we could spend the night inside, in our own private little house. We hit another bump. I heard the trailer bounce behind us again. The car lurched forward as we started to climb into the mountains. Mom, how do I know if I'm getting car sick or not? Elliot asked. Mom turned back to us frowning. Elliot, you never get car sick, she said in a low voice. Did you forget? Oh, right, Elliot replied. I just thought it might be something to do. Elliot, Mom screamed. If you're so bored, take a nap. That's boring, my brother muttered. I could see Mom's face turning an angry red. Mom doesn't look like Dad, Elliot, and me. She's blonde, has blue eyes, and very fair skin, which turns red very easily. And she's kind of plump. My dad, brother, and I are skinny and sort of dark. The three of us have brown hair and brown eyes. You kids don't know how lucky you are, Dad said. You're getting to see some amazing sights. Bobby Harrison got to go to baseball camp, Elliot grumbled. And Jay Thurman went to the sleepaway camp for 8 weeks. I wanted to go to sleepaway camp too, I protested. You'll go to camp next summer, Mom replied sharply. This is the chance of a lifetime. But the chance of a lifetime is so boring, Elliot complained. Wendy, entertain your brother, Dad ordered. Excuse me? I cried. How am I supposed to entertain him? Play car geography, Mom suggested. Oh no, not again, Elliot wailed. Go ahead, I'll start, Mom said. Atlanta. Atlanta ends in an A, so I had to think of a city that starts in an A. Albany, I said. Your turn, Elliot. A city that starts in a Y. My brother thought for a moment, then twisted up his face. I quit. My brother has such a bad sport. He takes games too seriously, and he really hates to lose. Sometimes he gets so intense when he's playing soccer or softball, I really worry about him. Sometimes when he thinks he can't win, he just quits, like now. What about Youngstown? Mom asked. What about it? Elliot grumbled. I have an idea, I said. How about letting Elliot and me ride in the trailer for a while? Yeah, cool, Elliot cried. I don't think so, Mom replied. She turned to Dad. It's against the law to ride in the trailer, isn't it? I don't know, Dad said, slowing the car. We were climbing through thick pine woods now. The air smelled so fresh and sweet. Let us, Elliot pleaded. Come on, let us. I don't see any harm in letting them ride back there for a while, Dad told Mom. As long as they're careful. We'll be careful, Elliot promised. Are you sure it's safe? Mom asked Dad. Dad nodded. What could happen? He pulled the car to the side of the highway. Elliot and I slid out and ran to the trailer. I pulled open the door and hurried inside. A few seconds later, the car pulled back into the highway. We bounced along behind in the big trailer. This is so cool, Elliot declared, making his way to the back window. Do I have good ideas or what? I asked. I followed him. He slapped me in a high five. We stared out the back window. The highway seemed to tilt down as we headed up to the mountains. The trailer bounced and swayed as the car tugged it. The road tilted up steeper and steeper, and that's when all our troubles began. I'm sorry, reading is hard. Like, really hard. Yeah, so sad. Chapter 2. I win, Elliot cried. He jumped up and raised both his fists in triumph. 3 out of 5, I demanded, rubbing my wrist. Come on, 3 out of 5. Unless you're chicken. I knew that would get him. Elliot can't stand to be called a chicken. He settled back in the seat. We leaned over the narrow table and clasped hands. We had been arm wrestling for about 10 minutes. It was kind of fun because the table bounced every time the trailer rolled over a bump in the road. I'm as strong as Elliot, but he's more determined. A lot more determined. You never saw anyone groan and sweat and strain so much in an arm wrestle. To me, a game is just a game, but to Elliot, every game is life or death. He had won 2 out of 3 2 out of 3 about 5 times. My wrists were sore and my hand ached, but I really wanted to beat him in this final match. I leaned over the table, squeezed his hand harder, gritted my teeth, and stared menacingly into the dark brown eyes. "Go!" he cried. We both strained against each other. I pushed hard. Elliot's hand started to bend back. I pushed harder. I nearly had him. Just a little harder. He let out a groan and pushed back. He shut his eyes. His face turned beet red. I could see the veins push out of the sides of his neck. My brother just can't stand to lose. Slam! The back of my hand hit the table hard. Elliot had won again. Actually, I let him win. I didn't want to see his whole head explode because of his stupid arm wrestling match. He jumped up and pumped his fist, cheering for himself. "Hey!" he cried out as the trailer swayed hard, and he went crashing into the wall. The trailer lurched again. I grabbed the trailer to keep from falling off my seat. "What's going on?" "We changed directions. We're heading down now," Elliot replied. He edged his way back towards the table, but we bumped hard, and he toppled to the floor. "Hey, we're going backwards!" "I'll bet Mom's driving," I said, holding on the table edge with both hands. Mom always drives like a crazy person. When you warn her that she's going 80, she always says, "That can't be right. Feels like I'm going 35. The trailer was bouncing and bumping, rolling downhill. Elliot and I were bouncing and bumping with the trailer. "What is their problem?" Elliot cried, grabbing onto one of the beds, struggling to keep his balance. "Are they backing up? Why are we going backwards?" The trailer roared downhill. I pushed myself up from the table and stumbled to the front to see the car. Shoving aside the red plaid curtains, I peered out through the small window. Elliot?" I choked out. "We've got a problem." "Huh? A problem?" he replied, bouncing harder as the trailer picked up speed. "Mom and Dad aren't pulling us anymore," I told him. "The car is gone." To do an edition of Playboy? Sorry, this is what you asked for. I read it for the articles. That's gonna fill out of itself and the 2 kids die. Thanks. Chapter 3. Elliot's face filled with confusion. He didn't understand me. Or maybe he didn't believe me. "The trailer has come loose!" I screamed, staring out the bouncing window. "We're rolling downhill, on our own!" No, Elliot chattered. He wasn't stuttering. He was bouncing so hard he could barely speak. His sneakers bopped so hard on the trailer floor, he seemed to be tap dancing. "Ow!" I let out a pointed shriek as my head bounced against the ceiling. Elliot and I stumbled to the back, gripping the window tightly. I struggled to see where we were heading. The road curved steeply downhill, though through thick pine woods on both sides. The trees were a bouncing blur of greens and browns as we hurtled past, picking up speed, bouncing and tumbling. Faster, faster. The tires, the tires roared beneath us. The trailer tilted and dipped. I fell to the floor, landed hard on my knees, reached to pull myself up, but the trailer swayed and I went sprawling on my back. Pulling myself to my knees, I saw Elliot bouncing around the floor like a soccer ball. I threw myself at the back of the trailer. I peered out the window. The trailer bumped hard. The road curved sharply, but we didn't curve with it. We shot off the side of the road, swerved in the trees. "Elliot!" I shrieked. "We're going to crash!" Yeah, the pages are blown up. The book I have is only 70 pages long. So, like, we're already a 7th of the way done. Or a 10th of the way done. Chapter 4. The trailer jolted hard. I heard a cracking sound. It's going to break in half, I thought. I pressed both hands against the front, and stared out the window. Dark trees flew past. A hard bump sent me sprawling to the floor. I heard Elliot calling my name. Wendy! 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 I shut my eyes, tensed every muscle, and waited for the crash. Waited. Silence. I opened my eyes. It took me a few minutes to realize that we were no longer moving. I took a deep breath and climbed to my feet. Wendy? I heard Elliot's weak cry from the back of the trailer. My legs were trembling as I turned around. My whole body felt weird, as if it were still bouncing. Elliot, are you okay? He had been thrown into one of the bottom bunks. Yeah, I guess, he replied. He lowered his feet to the floor and shook his head. I'm kinda dizzy. Me too, I confessed. What a ride! Better than Space Mountain, Elliot exclaimed. He climbed to his feet. Let's get out of this thing. We both started to the door at the front. It was an uphill climb. The trailer tilted up. I reached the door first, grabbed the handle. A loud knock on the door made me jump back. Hey! I cried. 3 more knocks. It's Mom and Dad, Elliot cried. They found us. Open it up. Hurry. We didn't have time to tell. He didn't have to tell me to hurry. My heart skipped. I was so glad to see them. I turned the handle, pushed open the door, and gasped. Chapter 5. I stared in the face of a blonde-haired man. His blue eyes sparkled in the bright sunlight. He had dressed up all in white, wore a crisp white t-shirt tucked into baggy white shorts. A small round button pinned to his t-shirt read, "Only the best," in bold black letters. Hi, I finally managed to choke out. He flashed me a gleaming smile. He seemed to have about 2,000 teeth. Hey guys, everyone okay in there? He asked. His blue eyes sparkled even brighter. Yeah, we're okay, I told him, a little shaken up, but... Who are you? Elliot cried, poking his head out the door. The guy's smile didn't fade. My name's Buddy. I'm Wendy. He's Elliot. We thought you were our parents, I explained. I hopped down to the ground. Elliot followed me. Where are Mom and Dad? He asked, frowning. I haven't seen anyone, guy, Buddy told him. He started the trailer. What happened here? You came unhitched? I nodded, brushing my dark hair off my face. Yeah, on the steep hills, I guess. Dangerous, Buddy muttered. You must have been real scared. Not me, Elliot declared. What a kid. First he's shaking in terror and calling out my name over and over. Now he's Mr. Macho. I've never been so scared in all my life, I admitted. I took a few steps away from the trailer and searched the woods. The trees creaked and swayed in the light breeze. The sun beamed down brightly. I shielded my eyes with one hand as I peered around. Oh shit, one sec. Had to sneeze. No sign of Mom and Dad. I couldn't see the highway through the thick trees. I could see the tire track our trailer had made through the soft dirt. Somehow we shot through a clear path between the trees. The trailer had come to rest at the foot of a sharp, sloping hill. Wow, we're lucky, I muttered. You're very lucky, Buddy declared cheerfully. He stepped up beside me, placed his hand on my shoulder, and turned me around. Check it out. Look where you guys landed. Gazing up the hill, I saw a wide clearing between the trees, and I saw a huge red and white banner stretched high on 2 poles. I had to squint to read the words in the banner. Elliot read them aloud. King Jellyjam Sports Camp. Camp's on the other side of the hill, Buddy told us, flashing us both a friendly smile. Come on, follow me. But, my brother sputtered. We have to find our parents. Hey, no problem, guy. You can wait for them at the camp, Buddy assured him. But how will they know where to find us? I protested. Should we leave a note? Buddy flashed me a dazzling smile. No, I'll take care of it, he told me. No problem. He stepped past the trailer. I started up the hill. His white t-shirt and white shorts gleamed in the sunlight. I saw that his socks and high tops were sparkling white too. That's his uniform. He must work at camp, I decided. Buddy turned back. You guys coming? He motioned with both hands. Come on! You're going to like it! Ellie and I hurried to catch up to him. My legs trembled as I ran. I could still feel the trailer floor bouncing and jolting beneath me. I wondered if I would ever feel normal again. As we made our way up the grassy hill, the red and white banner came into clear view. King Jellyjam's Sports Camp. I read the words aloud. A funny, purple cartoon character had been drawn beside the word on the banner. He looked like a blob of grape bubblegum. He had a big smile on his face. He wore a gold crown on his head. Who's that? I asked Buddy. Buddy glanced at the banner. That's King Jellyjam, he replied. He's our little mascot. Weird looking mascot for a sports camp, I declared, staring at the purple blobby king. Buddy didn't reply. Do you work at the camp? Elliot asked. Buddy nodded. This is a great place to work. I'm the head counselor, guys, so welcome. But we can't go to your camp, I protested. We have to find our parents. We have to. Buddy put a hand on my shoulder and a hand on Elliot's shoulder. He guided us up the hill. You guys have had a close call. You might as well stay and have some fun. Enjoy the camp until we can hook up with your parents. As we neared the top of the hill, I heard voices, kids' voices, shouting and laughing. The clearing narrowed. Tall pine trees, birch trees, and maples clustered over the hill. What kind of sports camp is it? Elliot asked Buddy. We play all kinds of sports, Buddy replied. From ping pong to football, from croquet to soccer. We have swimming, we have tennis, we have archery, we even have a marbles tournament. Sounds like a cool place, my brother declared, grinning at me. Only the best, Buddy said, slapping Elliot on the shoulder. I reached the top of the hill first, peered down through the trees of the camp. It seemed to stretch for miles. I could see two long, white, two-story buildings on the other side. Between them, I saw several playing fields, a baseball diamond, a long row of tennis courts, and two enormous swimming pools. Those long white buildings are the dorms, Buddy explained, pointing. That's the girls' dorm, that's the boys. You guys can stay in them while you're here. Wow, it looks awesome, Elliot exclaimed. 2 swimming pools. Olympic size, Buddy told him. We have diving competitions too. Are you into diving? Only inside the trailer, I joked. Wendy's into swimming, Elliot told Buddy. I think there's 4-lap races this afternoon, Buddy told me. I'll check the schedule for you. The sun beamed on us as we followed the path down the hill. The back of my neck started to prickle. A cool swim sounded pretty good to me. Can anyone sign up for baseball? Elliot asked Buddy. I mean, do you have to be on a team or something? You can play any sport you want, Buddy told him. Only rule at King Jellyjam Sports Camp is to try hard. Buddy tapped the button on his t-shirt. Only the best, he said. The breeze blew my hair back over my face. I knew I should have cut it before vacation. I decided I'd have to find something to tie it back with as soon as I got in the dorm. A soccer match was underway on the nearest field. Whistles blew. Kids shouted. I saw a long row of archery targets at the far end of the soccer field. Buddy started jogging towards the field. Elliot stepped up behind me. Hey, we wanted to go to camp, right? He said, grinning. Well, we made it. Before I could reply, he trotted after Buddy. I brushed back my hair one more time, then followed. But I stopped when I saw a little girl poke her head from behind a wide tree trunk. She appeared to be about 5, 6, or 7. She had bright red hair and a face full of freckles. She wore a pale blue t-shirt pulled over her black tights. Hey, she called in a loud whisper. Hey! I turned towards her, startled. Don't come in, she said. Run away. Don't come in. So, we're about a 7th of the way through. Where do you guys think this story is going? Give my voice a short break. Yo, what up, Minnie? This is all good, buddy? Just doing some light reading. for fun. I don't think it's going that direction. Also, I agree, Yuri. I mean, they're kids' books, but they're pretty good. I've never read this one, so this is new to me. That's why I picked it. Because I was like, I've never read this. Crazy kids, the end. Yeah, that's probably what's gonna happen. Chapter 6. Buddy turned back quickly. What's the problem, Wendy? He called. When I returned my eyes to the tree, the red-haired girl had vanished. I blinked a couple of times. No trace of her. What was that girl doing out here? I wondered. Did she hide behind the tree just to scare people? No problem, I called the buddy. I followed Elliot and the counselor into the camp. I quickly forgot all about the girl as we made our way around the soccer field, past a long row of fenced-in tennis courts. The thwack of tennis balls followed as we turned to the main path that led through the camp. So many sports. So much activity. We pushed our way through, kids of all ages, eagerly hurrying to the swimming pools, to the baseball diamond, to the bowling lanes. Awesome! Elliot kept repeating. Totally awesome! And for once, he was right. We passed several other camp counselors. They were all young men and women, dressed completely in white, all of them good-looking and smiling cheerfully. And we passed dozens of little triangular signs showing the purple, blobby face of King Jellyjam, smiling out from under his shiny gold crown. Under each face was the camp slogan, "Only the best." He's kinda cute, I decided. I realized I was starting to like everything about this amazing sports camp. And I have to confess, I found myself secretly hoping that Mom and Dad wouldn't be able to find Ellie and me for at least a day or two. Isn't that terrible? I felt really guilty about it, but I couldn't help thinking it. This camp was just too exciting, especially after days of riding in the backseat of a car, staring out at cows. We dropped my brother off at the boys' dorm first. Another counselor, tall, dark-haired guy named Scooter, greeted Elliot, took my brother off to find a dorm room. Then, Buddy led me to the girls' dorm on the other side of the camp, past a gymnastics competition being held in the outdoor area. Beyond that, one of the swimming pools was jammed with kids watching a diving contest off the high board. Buddy and I chatted as we walked. I told him about my school, about how my favorite sports were swimming and biking. We stopped on the white double-door entrance of the dorm. Where are you from? I asked him. Buddy stared back at me. He had such a confused expression on his face. For a moment, I thought he didn't understand the question. Do you come from around here? I asked. He swallowed hard, squinted his blue eyes. Weird, he finally muttered. What's weird? I demanded. I don't remember, he stammered. I don't remember where I'm from. Is that weird or what? He raised his right hand to his mouth and nibbled his pointer finger. Hey, I forget stuff all the time, I told him, seeing how upset he was. I don't get a chance to say anything else. A young woman counselor with very short, straight black hair and bright purple lipstick came trotting up to us. Hello, I'm Holly. Are you ready for some sports? I guess, I replied uncertainly. This is Wendy, Buddy told her, his expression still troubled. She needs a room. No problem, Holly declared cheerfully. Only the best. Only the best, Buddy repeated quietly. He flashed me a smile, but I could see he was still struggling to remember where his home was. Weird, huh? Holly led the way to the dorm. I followed her down a long, white-tiled hall. Several girls came running past, on the way to different sports. They were all shouting and laughing excitedly. I peeked into some of the open rooms as we passed by them. Wow, I thought. This place is so modern and luxurious. It's not exactly your basic rustic summer camp. We don't stay in the rooms all that much, Holly told me. Everyone is always outdoors competing. She pushed open a white door and motioned for me to step in. Bright sunlight flooded the room from a wide window on the opposite wall. I saw two bright blue bunk beds against each wall. A sleek white dresser between them, two white leather armchairs. The walls were white. They were bare except for a small, framed drawing of King Jellyjam above the dresser. Nice room, I exclaimed, squinting against the bright sunlight. Polly smiled. Her bright purple lips made the rest of the features seem to disappear. Glad you like it, Wendy. You can take the bottom bunk over there, she pointed. She had purple fingernails to match her lipstick. Do I have roommates? I asked. Holly nodded. You'll meet them soon. Yeah. They'll get you started with some activities. I think they're playing soccer on the lower field. I'm not sure. She stared. She started out of the room, but turned to in the doorway. You'll like Deirdre. I think she's about your age. Thanks, I said, gazing around the room. Check you later, Holly replied. She vanished into the hall. I stood in the corner of the sunlight room, thinking hard. What am I supposed to do for clothes, I wonder? What about swimsuits? Sweats? All I had were denim short shorts and pink and blue striped t-shirt I was wearing. Why didn't Holly tell me where to go next? I asked myself. Why did she just leave me by myself in this empty room? I didn't have long to ask questions. I started to cross the window when I heard voices, whispered voices outside the door. I turned to the door. Were my roommates returning? I listened to the excited buzz of whispers. Then I heard a girl loudly instinct the others. Come on, we've got her trapped in there. Let's get her. Reading's hard, man. Lock him in the basement? No, you wouldn't. We are 2/7 of the way done, though. Oops. Chapter 7. I gasped. Don't mind that. I gasped and searched frantically for a place to hide. No time. 3 girls burst into the room, their eyes narrowed, their mouths twisted in a menacing sneers. They formed a line and moved towards me quickly. Whoa, wait, I cried. I raised both hands as if to shield myself from their attack. The tall girl with streaky blonde hair was the first to laugh. Then the other 2 joined in. Gotcha, the blonde girl declared, tossing back her long hair triumphantly. I glared back at her, my mouth hanging open. Do you really think we were going to attack? One of the others asked. She was thin and wiry, with very short black hair cut in a bang. She wore gray sweats and a torn gray t-shirt. Well, I started. Could feel my face growing hot. The little joke had really fooled me. I felt like a total jerk. Just don't look at me, the third girl said, shaking her head. She had frizzy blonde hair tumbling out from beneath a blue and red Chicago Cubs cap. It was all Deirdre's idea. She pointed to a girl with streaky blonde hair. Don't feel bad, Deirdre told me, grinning. Her green eyes flashed. You're the third girl this week. The other 2 sniggered. And did the others think you were attacking us? Deirdre nodded, very pleased with herself. It's kind of a mean joke, she admitted, but it's funny. This time, I joined the laughter. I have a younger brother. I'm used to dumb jokes, I told Deirdre. She swept back her hair again, rummaged around the dresser top, found a hair scrunchie, and to hold it back. This is Jan, and this is Ivy, she said, motioning to the other girls. Jan was the one with the short black bangs. She slumped on the lower bunk. I'm whipped, she sighed. What a workout. Look at me. I'm sweating like a pig. Ever hear of deodorant? Ivy cracked. Jan stuck out her tongue as Ivy in reply. Get changed, Deirdre instructed them both. We've only got 10 minutes. 10 minutes to what? Jan demanded, bending down and rubbing the calf muscle. Did you forget the 4-lap race? Deirdre replied. Oh, wow, Jan cried, jumping up. I did forget. She hurried to the dresser. Where's my swimsuit? Ivy followed her. They began frantically shifting through the drawers. Deirdre turned to me. Do you want to enter the race? She asked. I don't have a swimsuit, I replied. She shrugged. No problem. We have about a dozen. She studied me. We're about the same size. I'm just a little taller. Well, I'd love to swim, I told her. Maybe I'll just go to the pool and splash around for a while. Huh? Not compete? Deirdre cried. All three girls turned to me, stunned expressions on their faces. I'll do some sports later, I replied. Right now, I just want to dive in and swim for a little, cool off. But you can't, Jan cried. She gaped at me as if we're suddenly grown a second hand. No way, Ivy said, shaking her head. You have to compete, Deirdre added. You can't just swim. Only the best, Ivy recited. Right, only the best, Jan agreed. I felt totally confused. What do you mean? I demanded. Why do you keep saying that? Deirdre tossed me a blue swimsuit. Put it on. We're going to be late. But, what? I sputtered. Three girls hurried to get into their swimsuits. I saw that I had no choice. I went in the bathroom and started to change. My question repeated in my mind. I really wanted them answered. Why did I have to compete in the race? Why couldn't I just swim? Why did everyone keep repeating, only the best? What did they mean? Sam's getting a little monka-ass indeed, Chief. Welcome to Camp Jellyjam. Chapter 8. The enormous blue pool sparkled under the bright sunlight. The sun hovered high overhead. The concrete burned the soles of my bare feet. I couldn't wait to get into the water. Shielding my eyes with one hand, I searched for Elliot, but I couldn't find him in the crowd of kids who were waiting to watch the race. Elliot had already probably played 3 sports, I told myself. This had to be the perfect camp for my brother. I gazed down the line of girls waiting to compete in the 4-lap race. We all stood on the edge of the deep end of the pool, waiting to jump in. I silently counted. There were at least 24 girls in this race, and the pool was wide enough for all of us to have a lane to swim in. Hey, you look terrific in that suit, Deirdre said. Her green eyes studied me. You should have tied your hair back, Wendy. It's going to slow you down. Wow, I thought. Deirdre really cared about winning. Are you a good swimmer? I asked her. She swatted a fly on the back of her cap. The best, she replied, grinning. How about you? I never really raced, I told her. Pool counselors were all young women. They were white, 2-piece swimsuits. Across the pool, I saw Holly sitting on the edge of the diving board, talking to another counselor. A small, red-haired counselor moved to the edge of the pool and blew her whistle. Everyone ready? She called. We all shouted back that we were ready. Then the long line of girls grew silent. We turned to the pool, leaned forward, prepared to dive in. The water shimmered beneath me. The sun burned down on my back and shoulders. I felt about to melt. I couldn't wait to jump in. The whistle blew. I sprang forward and hit the water hard. I gasped from the shock of the cold against my hot skin. My arms churned hard, and I pulled myself forward. The splash of thrashing arms and kicking feet sounded like the roar of a waterfall. I dipped my face into the water, feeling the refreshing coolness. Turning my head, I glimpsed... Man, it's hard to read. Jesus Christ. I glimpsed Deirdre a few lengths behind me. She swam in a steady rhythm, her arms and legs moving smoothly, gracefully. I'm ahead of everyone, I realized. Glancing across the pool, I'm winning. With a hard kick, I reached the other end of the pool, made a sharp turn, and pushed off. As I started back to the deep end, the other girls still approaching the shallow end wall, I pulled myself harder. My heart started to pound. I knew I'd win the first lap easily, but there were 3 laps to go. 3 laps. I suddenly realized how dumb I was. The other girls were pacing themselves. They weren't swimming full speed because they knew it was a 4-lap race. If I kept swimming this hard, I wouldn't survive 2 laps. I sucked in a deep breath and let it out slowly, slowly, slowly. That was the word of the day. I slowed my kicking, shot my arms out, and pulled them back slowly. Took long breaths. Long, slow breaths. As I made my turn and started the second lap, several other swimmers had moved beside me. I caught Deirdre's eyes. She swam past. She never broke her steady rhythm. Stroke, stroke, breathe, stroke. On the other side of Deirdre, I saw Jan swimming comfortably, easily. Jan was so small and light, she seemed to float over the water. Into the third lap, I kept a few lengths behind Deirdre. I had to concentrate on swimming, keeping a slow, even pace. I pretended I was a robot, programmed to swim slowly. Deirdre turned in the fourth lap a few seconds ahead of me. I saw her expression change as she made her turn. She narrowed her eyes. Her entire face grew tight and tense. Deirdre really wanted to win, I saw. I wondered if I could catch her. I wondered if I could beat her. I made my turn and put on the speed. I ignored the aching in my arms. I ignored the cramp in my left foot. I thrust myself forward, kicking hard from the waist. My hands cut through the water. Faster. I glimpsed Jan fall behind. Saw the disappointment in her face as I passed by. Pounding, thrusting arms and legs, churned the water to froth. The splashing became a roar. The roar nearly drowned out the cheers of kids watching from around the pool. My heart thudded so hard, I thought my chest might explode. My arms ached. They felt as if they were each weighed 1,000 pounds. Faster. I pulled up beside Deirdre. Close, so close. I could hear her gasping breaths. I glimpsed her face, tight with concentration. She's just like Elliot, I decided. She wants to win so badly. Lots of times, I let Elliot win a game, because he cared about it so much more than I did. So did Deirdre. As we neared the wall at the deep end, I let Deirdre pull ahead. I saw how much it meant to her. I saw how desperate she was to finish first. What the heck, I thought. Deirdre's nothing wrong with coming. There's nothing wrong with coming in second. I heard the cheers ring out as Deirdre won the race. I touched the wall, then dipped below the surface, pulled myself up and grabbed the wall. My entire body ached and throbbed. I gasped in breath after breath, shut my eyes and pulled my hair back with both hands, squeezing the water out of it. My arms were so tired, I could barely pull myself out of the pool. I was one of the last swimmers out. The others had all formed a circle around Deirdre. I pushed my way into the crowd of girls to see what was happening. My eyes burned. I brushed water out of them. I saw the red-haired counselor hand something to Deirdre, something gold and shiny. Everyone cheered. Then the circle broke. The girls all headed different directions. I made my way up to Deirdre. Way to go, Aislinn. Came close, but you're really fast. I'm on the swim team at school, she replied. She held up the gold object the counselor had given her. I could see it clearly now. A shiny gold coin. It had a smiling King Jellyjam engraved on it. I couldn't read the words around the edge of the coin, but I could guess what they were. It's my 5th king coin, Deirdre declared proudly. Why is she so excited about it? I wondered. It wasn't a real coin. Probably wasn't even real gold. What's a king coin? I asked. The coin gleamed in the sunlight. You win one more king coin. I can walk the winner's walk, Deirdre explained. I stared at her. I started to ask what the winner's walk was, but Jan and Ivy came running up to congratulate Deirdre, and the three of them all started talking at once. I suddenly remembered my brother. Where is Elliot? I wondered. What has he been doing? I turned away from Deirdre and the other girls and started towards the pool exit, but I had only taken a few steps when I heard someone calling my name. I spun around to see Holly jogging towards me. Her purple lipstick lips were knotted in a fretful expression. Wendy, you better come with me, the counselor said. My heart skipped. Huh? What's wrong? I asked. I'm afraid there's a problem, Holly said softly. Thou must compete or King Jellyjam will eat you. That, knowing how these books work, the winner's walk is probably they feed the children who win over to King Jellyjam. Because he's only satiated with winners. He's only satisfied by eating the best. I've read enough Goosebumps to have an idea. That's probably where this goes. But I'm willing to be proven wrong. Dang, spoilers. It's not a spoiler, it's a guess. Something happened to Mom and Dad. That's the first thought that burst into my head. Oh, shit, wait. Chapter 9. Something happened to Mom and Dad. That's the first thought that burst into my head. What's wrong? I cried. My parents, are they okay? Are they... We haven't found your parents yet, Holly said. She wrapped a towel around my trembling shoulders. Then she led me to the bench in the side of the pool. Is it Elliot? I cried, dropping down beside her. What's wrong? Holly kept one arm around my shoulders. She leaned close. Her brown eyes stared into mine. Wendy, the problem is that you didn't really try very hard to win the race, she said. I swallowed hard. Excuse me? I watched you, Holly continued. I saw you slow your strokes in the last lap. I don't think you tried your best to win. But, I sputtered. Holly continued to stare at me without blinking. Am I right? She demanded softly. I'm not used to swimming that far, I stammered. It was my first race. I didn't think... I know you're new at camp, Holly said, brushing a fly off my leg. But you know the camp slogan, right? For sure, I replied. It's everywhere I look. But what does it mean? Only the best. Guess it's kind of a warning, Holly replied thoughtfully. That's why I decided to talk to you now, Wendy. A warning? I cried. I felt more confused than ever. A warning about what? Holly didn't reply. She forced a smile to her face and stood up. Catch you later, okay? She turned and hurried away. I wrapped the towel tighter around my shoulders, started back to the dorm to change. As I walked past the tennis courts, I thought hard about Holly's warning. Why was it so important for me to win the race? So that I could be awarded one of those gold coins with a blobby purple king on it? Why should I care about winning coins? Why couldn't I just play some games, make new friends, and have fun? Why did Holly say she was giving me a warning? A warning about what? Don't ask me what the moral of the story is. I don't know. I shook my head, trying to shake away all these puzzling questions. I'd heard about sports camps from some of my friends back home. Some camps, they said, were really tough. Kids were all serious jock types who wanted to win, win, win. I guess this was one of those camps. Oh, well, I thought, sighing. I don't have to love the camp. Mom and Dad will be here soon to take Elliot and me away. I glanced up and saw Elliot, sprawled face down on the ground, his arms and legs spread out awkwardly, his eyes closed, unconscious. Chapter 10. Oh, I let out a frightened wail. Elliot! Elliot! I dropped down beside him. He sat up and grinned at me. How many times are you gonna fall for that? He asked. He started to laugh. I slugged him in the shoulder as hard as I could. You creep! I made him laugh even harder. It really cracks him up when he makes me look like a jerk. Why do I always follow that stupid joke? Ellie pulls it on me all the time, and I always believe he's knocked out cold. I'm never falling for that again. Never, I cried. Elliot pulled himself to his feet. Come watch me play ping pong, he said, tugging my hand. I'm in the tournament. I'm beating this kid Jeff. He thinks he's good because he puts a spin on his serve, but he's pitiful. I can't, I replied. I pulled out of his grasp. I'm dripping wet. I have to change. Come watch, she insisted. It won't take long. I'll beat him really fast, okay? Elliot, he certainly was excited. If I beat Jeff, I win a king coin, he announced. Then I'm going to win 5 more. I want to win 6 so I can walk in the winner's walk before Mom and Dad come for us. Good luck, I mumbled, rubbing my wet hair with my towel. Were you in a swim race? Did you win? Elliot asked, tugging my hand again. No, I came second, I told him. He snickered. You're a loser. Come watch me beat this kid. I rolled my eyes. Okay. Elliot pulled me to a row of outdoor ping pong tables. They were shielded from... What? They were shielded from the sun by broad white canvas awning. He hurried up the table on the end. Jeff was waiting for him there, softly bouncing a ping pong ball in the air with his paddle. Dude, it's so fucking hard to read. I'd pictured a little shrimpy guy that Elliot could beat easily, but Jeff was big, red-faced blonde kid with bulging muscles. He had to be twice the size of my brother. I took a seat on the white wooden bench across from the table. Elliot can't beat this guy, I thought. My poor brother is in for a major defeat. As they started to play, Buddy came walking over and sat down beside me. He flashed me a smile. "No word from your parents yet," he said, "but we'll find them." We watched the ping pong match. Jeff did his serve with a special spin. Elliot slammed it back at him. To my surprise, the match was really even. I think Jeff was surprised too. His returns became more and more wild, and a lot of special serves missed the table entirely. They had already played 2 games, Buddy told me. Jeff had won the first, Elliot the second. This was the third and deciding match. The game was a tie tie at 16, then a tie at 17 and 18. I watched Elliot become more and more intense. He wanted desperately to win. He leaned stiffly over the table, gripping the paddle so tightly his hand was white. Sweat poured out of his forehead. He began ducking and dodging, groaning with every hit, trying to slam every ball. The more frantic and wild Elliot became, the calmer Jeff appeared. The game was a tie at 19. Elliot missed a shot and angrily slammed his paddle against the table. I could see he was losing it. I'd seen this happen to my brother many times before. He'd never win if he stayed this intense. As he held the ball and prepared to serve, I raised 2 fingers to my sides of my mouth and blew hard. He lowered the paddle when he heard the loud whistle. That was my signal. I'd used it many times before. It meant, "Cool it, Elliot. Calm down." Elliot turned and gave me a quick thumbs up. I saw him give a deep breath, then another. My whistle signal always helped him. He raised the ball and served to Jeff. Jeff sent back a weak return. Elliot smacked it back into the right corner. Jeff swung off balance and missed. Jeff served the next one. Elliot backhanded it, very soft. Ball tipped over the net and dribbled several times on Jeff's side. Elliot had won. He let out a gleeful cheer and raised his fist in victory. Jeff angrily heaved his paddle to the ground and stomped away. "Your brother's good," Bodie said, climbing to his feet. "I like his style. He's intense." "For sure," I muttered. Buddy hurried over to award Elliot his king coin. "Hey, guy, you only need 5 more," Buddy said, slapping Elliot a high 5, then a low 5. "No problem," Elliot bragged. He held the coin up to where I could see it. King Jellyjam smiled out at me, engraved on the coin. Why did the camp pick this silly blob for a mascot? I wondered again. He looked like a fat hunk of pudding wearing a crown. "I've got to get changed," I told Elliot. He slid the gold coin in the pocket of his shorts. "I'm going to find another sport," he declared. "I want to win another king coin before tonight." I waved goodbye and started towards the dorm. I'd walked only a few steps when I heard a low rumbling. Then the ground started to shake. I froze. Every muscle in my body locked as the rumbling grew louder. "Earthquake!" I cried. Chapter 11. The ground shook hard. The awning over the ping pong table shook. The tables bounced on the ground. My knees buckled. I struggled to stay on my feet. "Earthquake!" I choked out again. "It's okay," Buddy called, running towards me. He's right. The rumbling sound faded quickly. The ground stopped shaking. "That happens sometimes," Buddy explained. "It's no problem." My heart still thudded in my chest. My legs wobbled as if they were rubber bands. "No problem. See?" Buddy motioned around the crowded camp. No one pays any attention. It lasts only a few seconds. I gazed around quickly. Buddy was right. The kids in the chess tournament in front of the lodge didn't glance up from their chessboard. The kickball game on the field across from the pool continued without a pause. It usually happens once or twice a day, Buddy told me. Well, what causes it? I demanded. He shrugged. Beats me. But everything shook so hard. Isn't it dangerous? I asked. Buddy didn't hear me. He was already jogging over to watch the kickball game. I turned and started walking to my dorm. I felt kind of shaky. I could hear the strange rumbling around sound in my ears. As I pulled open the door of the dorm, I bumped into Jan and Ivy. They had both changed their white tennis outfits. They both carried tennis rackets over their shoulders. What sport have you been playing? Did you win a king coin? Wasn't that a great swim race? You having fun, Wendy? Do you play tennis? They both talked at once and shot out half a dozen questions. They seemed really excited. It didn't give me a chance to answer. We need more girls' tennis tournament, Ivy said. We're having a 2-day tournament. Come to the courts after lunch, alright? Okay, I agreed. I'm not that good, but see you later, Jan cried. They both hurried away. Actually, I am a pretty good tennis player. I have a decent serve, and I do alright with a two-handed backhand. But I'm not great. Back home, my friend Allison and I always played for fun. We didn't try to kill each other. Sometimes we just kept volleying back and forth. Don't even keep score. I'll enter the tennis tournament, I decided. But if I lose in the first round, it's no big deal. Besides, I told myself, Mom and Dad will be here any minute, and Elliot and I will have to leave. Mom and Dad, their faces flashed into my mind. They must be frantic, I realized. They must be worried sick. I hoped they were okay. I suddenly had an idea. I'll call home, I decided. I should have thought of this before. I'll call home and leave a message in my answering machine. I'll tell Mom and Dad on the machine where Elliot and I are. No matter where he goes, Dad checks on phone messages every hour. Mom always makes fun of him for being so serious about missing a call. But they'll both be glad to get the message, I told myself. What a good idea. I congratulated myself. Now all I needed was a phone. There had to be a phone in the dorm, I decided. I searched the small front lobby, but didn't see any payphones. No one at the front desk, no one I could ask. I peered down a long hallway, rooms on both sides, no phones. I tried the other hallway, no payphones there either. Eager to make my call, I turned and hurried back outside. Let out a long sigh of relief when I spotted 2 payphones besides the long white dorm building. My heart pounding, I jogged over to them, picked up the phone close to me, and I started to raise the receiver to my ear when 2 strong hands grabbed me from behind. Get off the phone, a voice demanded. Alright, thanks. I don't see them yet, so I assume they'll come back. They'll come up later, unless you're putting them on your YouTube. Yeah. Oh, it's a highlight. It's a highlight. Okay, that's my bad. I was looking at the wrong thing. Highlights. Yep, I see it. Yep, I have it. Awesome. Oh, let me pop this. We'll take a 3-minute break. Lull the ads play. About a third of the way through the book. 27, 20, 40, 60, 81. No, we're more than a third. We're almost halfway. We're like we're 27/70ths of the way through. We're like just about 3/7. I gotta let my voice rest, man. Can't just constantly read. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Then in and out of consciousness from your fever? That sucks, man. Hopefully your fever breaks. Narrate your autobiography. If you submit it, maybe there's a chance. I need to share this really quick. Alright, thank you, Kami, for the highlight. I have relayed that as necessary. Alright, we'll get back into it. Want on lap? You want cat on lap? No? No cat on lap? Oh, come by, I mean. Chapter 12. Huh? I shrieked in surprise and dropped the phone. It spun crazily on its cord. I turned around. Deidre? You scared me to death, I cried. Her green eyes flashed excitedly. Sorry, Wendy. I just had to tell you my news. Look! She held out her hand. It saw a stack of gold king coins. I just won my 6th coin, Deirdre declared breathlessly. Isn't that awesome? I guess, I replied uncertainly. I couldn't figure out why it was such a big deal. I'll be on the winner's walk tonight, Deirdre exclaimed. I can't believe I made it. That's great, I told her. Congratulations. Have you won any king coins yet? Deirdre asked, still holding out her hand. Not yet, I replied. Well, get going, Deirdre urged. Show them what you've got, Wendy. Only the best. She flashed me a thumbs up with her free hand. Right, only the best, I repeated. We'll have a party, Deirdre continued. In our room, right after the winner's walk, okay? We'll celebrate. Great, I replied. Maybe we can get a pizza from mess hall or something. Tell Jan and Ivy, Deirdre instructed, or I'll tell them. Whoever sees them first. See you later. She ran off, holding the 6 gold coins tightly in her fist. I realized I was smiling. Deirdre had been so excited. She'd gotten me excited. So excited I forgot about my phone call. I have to give this camp a chance, I decided. I have to get to see the spirit of things and start having some fun. Only the best. I'm going to win that tennis tournament. Cat on lap. Sorry, buddy. We all ate dinner at a long wooden table in the huge mess hall outside the main camp lodge. The long, high-ceiling room seemed to stretch on forever. Loud voices and laughter echoed off the walls over the clatter of plates and silverware. Everyone had a story to tell. Everyone wanted to talk about the games of the day. One sec. After dinner, the counselor led us all to the running track. I searched for Elliot, but I couldn't find him in the crowd. It was a warm, clear night. A pale sliver of the moon floated low over the darkening trees. As the sun set, the sky faded from pink to purple to gray. When darkness fell, I saw 2 flickering yellow lights on the far end of the track, moving towards me. As they came, I could see they were torches, carried by 2 counselors. A blaring trumpet fanfare made us all grow quiet. I stepped closer to Jan, who stood by my side. They sure make a big deal of this, I whispered. It is a big deal, Jan replied, her eyes straight ahead as the torch approached. Do we have any food for the party later, I whispered. Jan raised her finger to her lips. Shh. Several more torches had been lit. The yellow balls of light glowed like tiny suns. I heard a drum roll. Then a loud march blared from the loudspeaker. All trumpets and pounding drums. We stood in silence as the parade of torches passed by. And then, in the flickering yellow light, I saw faces. The smiling faces of the kids who had won their 6th king coin that day. I counted 8 kids, 5 boys and 3 girls. Their gold coins had been strung as necklaces around their necks. The coins caught the light of the torches, made the faces of the winners appear to glow as they marched by. Deirdre marched second in line. She seemed happy and excited. Her coins jangled in her throat. At her throat, her smile never faded. Jen and I waved and called to her, but she marched right past. Counselor's voice suddenly boomed over the loudspeaker. Let's hear it for our winners who are taking the winner's walk tonight. A deafening cheer rose up from the kids watching the parade. We all clapped and shouted and whistled until the winners had marched past and the final torches had floated out of sight. Only the best, the voice shouted over the loudspeaker. Only the best, we all chanted back. Only the best. That ended the winner's walk parade. The lights came on. We all scrambled towards the dorms. The boys ran in one direction, the girls in the other. Sorry. The torches were really cool, I said to Jan as we followed the crowd of girls down the path. Jesus, who knows? Down the path of the dorm. I only need 2 more king coins, Jan replied. Maybe I can win them tomorrow. Are you playing in the softball tournament? No, tennis, I told her. There are too many good tennis players, Jan replied. It'll be hard to win a coin. You should play softball too. Well, maybe, I replied. Only the best. I was already waiting for us at the dorm. Where's Deirdre? She demanded as Jan and I entered. We didn't see her, Jan replied. Probably hanging out with the other winners, I added. I found 2 bags of tortilla chips, but I couldn't find any salsa, Ivy reported, holding up the bags. Do we have anything to drink, I asked. Ivy held up 2 cans of Diet Coke. Wow, great party, Jan exclaimed, laughing. Maybe we should invite some girls from the other rooms, I suggested. No way. Then we'd have to share the Cokes, Jan protested. We all laughed. 3 of us joked and kidded around for about half an hour, waiting for Deirdre. We sat on the floor and opened one of the bags of tortilla chips. Without realizing it, we finished up the whole bag. Then we passed around one of the cans of soda. Where is she? Jan demanded, glancing at her watch. It's nearly time for lights out, Ivy sighed. You won't have much time for a party. Maybe Deirdre forgot we were having a party, I suggested, crinkling up the tortilla chips bag and tossing it toward the trash basket. I missed. Basketball is definitely not my sport. But the party was her idea, Ivy replied. She climbed on her feet and started pacing back and forth. Where could she be? Everyone is inside by now. Let's go find her, I said. The words just popped out of my mouth. That happens to me sometimes. I get a bright idea before I know what I'm saying. Yes, let's go, Ivy eagerly agreed. Whoa, hold it, Jen said, stepping in front of us, blocking the way to the door. We're not allowed. You know the rules, Ivy. I'm not allowed outside after 10. We'll sneak out. Fine, Deirdre. Sneak back in, Ivy replied. Come on, Jan. What could happen? Right. What could happen? I chimed in. Jan was outnumbered. Okay, but I hope we don't get caught, she muttered. Followed Ivy and me to the door. What could happen? I asked myself, leading the way to the empty hall. What could happen? I repeated as we sneaked out the door into the night. What could happen? I didn't know it, but the answer to the question was a lot. Wow. Way to spoil. Chapter 13. It took me an hour and 15 minutes to read 30 pages. This is rough. Chapter 13. The night had grown warmer and steamier. As I crept out the door, I felt as if I was stepping into a hot shower. A mosquito buzzed around my head. I tried to clap it between my hands. Missed. Jan, Ivy, and I edged away around the edge of the building. My shoes slid on the dew-wet grass. Bright spotlights shone down the trees, lighting the path. We crept in the shadows. Where should we look first? I whispered. Let's try at the lodge, I suggested. Maybe all the night's winners are partying there. I don't hear any partying, Jan whispered. It's so quiet out there. She was right. The only sounds I could hear were the steady chirp of crickets and the whisper of the warm wind through the trees. Keeping in the shadows, we followed the path towards the lodge. We passed the swimming pool, empty and silent. The water shimmered like a sliver under the bright. The water shimmered like silver under the bright spotlight. It was such a hot, wet night. I imagined myself jumping in the pool with all my clothes on. But we were on a mission to find Deirdre. No time to think about late night swims. Staying close together, we passed the row of ping pong tables. It made me think of Elliot. I wondered what he was doing. Probably tucked into bed, like any sensible person. We were approaching the first row of tennis courts when Ivy suddenly cried out, "Whoa, get back!" She grabbed me and shoved me hard against the fence. I heard soft footsteps on the path. Someone humming. The three of us held their breath as a counselor walked past. He had curly black hair and wore dark blue sunglasses, even though it was night. He wore the white t-shirt and white shorts that made up counselor uniforms. Pressed our backs against the tennis court fence. That's Billy, Jan whispered. He's kind of cute. He's always so happy. He won't be too happy if he catches us, Ivy whispered. We'll be in major trouble. Humming to himself, snapping his fingers, Billy walked past. The path curved around the other side of the tennis courts. I watched him until he disappeared. I took a deep breath. I hadn't been breathing this whole time. Where's he going, I wondered. Maybe he's going to the party at the lodge, I suggested. Why don't we ask him? Jan joked. For sure, I muttered. We checked out the path in both directions. Then we started walking again. We made our way past the tennis courts. The spotlight in the trees cast long shadows across the path. Shadows shifted and moved, and the tree limbs bobbed in wind. They looked like dark creatures crawling and slithering over the ground. Despite the heat of the night, I shivered. It was kind of creepy walking over the moving shadows. I had the feeling one of them would reach up, grab me, and pull me down. Weird thought, huh? She used the word weird thought like 6 times. I turned back in time to see the light on the dorm windows start to go out. Lights out. I tapped Jan in the shoulder. She turned and watched the dorm too. As the lights all went out, the building seemed to disappear in front of our eyes. It faded in the black of the night sky. Maybe this wasn't a good idea, I whispered. Ivy didn't reply. She bit her lower lip. Her eyes were darting in the darkness. Jan laughed. Don't wimp out now, she scolded. We're almost to the lodge. We cut through the soccer field. The main lodge stood in a low, stooping hill, hidden by the wide old maple and sassafras trees. We didn't have to climb very far up the hill to see the lodge was dark as the dorm. No party up there, I whispered. Ivy sighed disappointedly. Well, where could Deidre be? They could be the boys' dorm, I joked. They both laughed. Our laughter was cut short by a loud fluttering sound very close by. What's that? Ivy cried. Oh, I let out a moan as I raised my eyes and saw them. The sky was thick with bats. Dozens of black bats. Fluttering over the spotlights in the old trees. And then, swooping down to get us. We're doing Game of Thrones next? Absolutely not. It was a long time ago. Did you lose your other account? Are you on this account so you can be in this chat? Take a drink. You were. I don't know if you still are. Who this new phone? How do you view your ban list? Bitch. You. I don't even remember what your aim was because you kept changing it. No, it's not this account. Yeah. Account is suspended or deactivated. Yeah, you were banned on this account. Well, we'll see. It's chill. It's been a couple of years. All right. Chapter 14. I couldn't help myself. I let out a scream. Then I shielded my face with both hands. I heard Jan and Ivy gasp. The fluttering grew louder, closer. I could feel the bat's hot breath on the back of my neck. Then I could feel them clawing at my hair, tearing at my face. Got a real good imagination when it comes to bats. Wendy, it's okay, Jan whispered. She tugged my hands to my face. She pointed. Look. I followed her gaze up to the fluttering bat wings. The bats were swooping low, but they weren't swooping at us. They were swooping down and landing on the swimming pool at the bottom of the hill. In the bright spotlights, I could see them dart over the water for less than a second, then sweep back to the sky. I don't like bats, I whispered. Neither do I, Ivy confessed. I know they're supposed to be good. I know they eat insects and stuff, but I still think they're creepy. Well, they won't bother us, Jan said. They're just taking a drink. She gave Ivy and me a push to get us started down the hill. We're lucky. Nobody had heard the scream. We had walked only a few steps when he spotted another counselor coming down the path. I recognized her. She had straight white blonde hair, tumbled down to her waist from under a blue baseball cap. Without making a sound, all three of us dove behind a tall evergreen shrub and crouched down. Did she see us? I held my breath again. She kept walking. Where are those counselors going? Ivy whispered. Let's follow her, I suggested. Stay far back, Jan instructed. We slowly climbed back to her feet and stepped out from behind the shrub, and stopped when we heard the low rumbling sound. As the rumbling grew louder, the ground began to shake. I caught the frightened expression on my two friends' faces. Ivy and Jan were just as scared as I was. Will I get banned next for reading Kama Sutra? I doubt it. Maybe. I don't even remember much about our previous interactions, which is why I was willing to unban that account live on stream. You know, worst case scenario, it's a mistake, and I just end up banning you again. That's just the way it works. But for now, it's what it is. It has been a long time since we spoke, so. The ground shook harder, so hard we dropped to our knees. I leaned on all fours, holding onto the grass. The ground trembled and shook. The rumbling became a roar. I shut my eyes. The sound slowly faded. The ground gave a final tremble, then remained still. I opened my eyes and turned to Ivy and Jan. They started to stand, slowly. I hate when that happens, Jan muttered. What is it? I whispered. I stood up on shaky legs. Nobody knows, Jan replied. Brushed grass stains from her knees. It just happens, a few times a day. I think we should give up on Deirdre, Ivy said quietly. I want to go back to the dorm. Yeah, I'm with you, I replied wearily. We can have our celebration with Deirdre tomorrow. She can tell us all about where she was tonight and what she did, Jan said. This is a crazy idea, I muttered. This was your idea, Jan exclaimed. Most of my ideas are crazy, I replied. Hiding in the shadows, we made our way down the path. I gazed towards the pool. The bats had disappeared. Maybe the rumbling sound had scared them back into the woods. The crickets had stopped chirping. The air remained hot but silent and still. The only sound was the scrape of our sneakers on the soft dirt path. Reading's hard. Keep saying that, but it's hard. And then, before we could move or hide, we heard someone else's footsteps. Rapid footsteps, running hard, running towards us. I stopped short when I heard a girl's desperate cry. Help me! Please, somebody! Help me! A hot gust of wind shook the trees, making the eerie... Damn it, I did it again. Chapter 15. A hot gust of wind shook the trees, making their eerie dark shadows dance. I leaped back, startled by the girl's terrified screams. Help me, please! She started running around from the side of the tennis court. She wore bright blue short shorts and a magenta midriff top. Her arms were stretched out in front of her. Her long hair flew wildly behind her head. I recognized her as soon as she burst into view. The little red-haired girl with all the freckles, the one who had hidden in the woods and warned Elliot and me not to come into camp. Help me! She ran right into me, sobbing hard. I threw my arms around her tiny shoulders and held her. You okay? I whispered. You okay? No, she shrieked. She tugged away from me. What's wrong? Jan demanded. Why are you out here? Why aren't you in bed? Ivy added, stepping up beside me. The little girl didn't answer. Her entire body trembled. She grabbed my hand and pulled me behind the bushes beside the path. Jan and Ivy followed. I'm not okay, she started, wiping the tears from her freckled cheeks with both hands. I'm not. Hi. What's your name? Jan asked in a whisper. Why are you out here? Ivy repeated. I heard the flutter of bat wings again, low overhead. But I stared at the little girl and forced myself to ignore them. My name is Alicia, the girl replied, sobbing. We've got to go, fast. Huh? I cried. Take a deep breath, Alicia. You're okay, really. No, she cried again, shaking my head. You're safe now. You're with us, I insisted. We're not safe, she cried. No one here. I tried to warn people. I tried to tell you. Her words were cut off once again by her loud sobs. What is it? Ivy demanded. What did you try to warn us about? Jan asked, looking down at the crying girl. I saw something terrible, Alicia stammered. What did you see? I asked impatiently. I followed them, Alicia replied, and I saw it. Something horrible. I can't talk about it. You just have to run. We have to tell the others. Everyone, we have to run. We have to get away from here. She let out a long breath. Her entire body tumbled again. But why do we have to run? I asked, placing my hand gently on her shoulders. I felt so bad. I wanted to calm her. I wanted to tell her that everything would be okay, but I didn't know how to convince her. What had she seen? What had frightened her so much? Had she had a bad dream? We have to go now, she repeated shrilly. Her red hair was matted to her face by her tears. She grabbed my arms and pulled hard. Hurry, we've got to run. I saw it. Saw what? I cried. Alicia had no time to reply. A dark-haired counselor stepped up in front of the bushes. Caught ya, he cried. Chapter 16. I froze. My entire body went cold. The counselor's dark eyes flashed in the light of twilight. What are you doing out here? He demanded. I sucked in a deep breath and started to answer, but another voice replied before I could. Kinda nosy, aren't you? It was another counselor, a woman with short black hair. Breathing hard, trying not to make a sound, I ducked lower behind the bushes. My two friends dropped to their knees. You aren't following me, are you? The first counselor teased. Why would I follow you? Maybe you're following me, the woman teased back. They didn't see us, I realized happily. They were 2 feet away from us, but they didn't see us behind the bushes. A few seconds later, 2 counselors strolled off together. My friend and I waited a long time, whistling hard until we could no longer hear their voices. Then we climbed slowly to our feet. Alicia, I asked, are you okay? Alicia? Ivy and Jan cried. The little girl had vanished. We sneaked back to the dorm through a side door. Luckily, there were no counselors patrolling the halls. No one in sight. Deirdre, are you back? Jan called as we stepped into our room. No reply. I clicked on the light. Deirdre's bunk remained empty. Better turn off the light, everyone. It's after lights out. I clicked the light back off, then stumbled towards the the bunk, waiting for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. Where is Deirdre? Ivy asked. I'm a little worried about her. Maybe we should tell a counselor that she's missing. What counselor? Jan asked, slumping into her bed. There's no one around. The counselors are all out somewhere. I'm sure she's partying somewhere and forgot all about us, I said, yawning. I bent to pull down the covers over my bed. What do you think that little girl saw? Ivy asked, peering out the window. Alicia, I think she had a bad dream, I replied. But she was so frightened, Jan said, shaking her head. And what was she doing outside? Why did she run away from us like that? Ivy added. Weird, I mumbled. Weird is right, Jen agreed. Weird is the word of the night. She made her way to the dresser. I'm getting changed for bed. Big day tomorrow. I've got to win 2 more king coins. Me too, Ivy said, yawning. Jan pulled out a dresser drawer. Oh no, she shrieked. No, I don't believe it. Chapter 17. Jan, what is it? I cried. Ivy and I tore across the room to the dresser. Jan continued to stare down the open drawer. It's so dark, she said. I opened Deirdre's drawer by mistake, and it's empty. Huh? Ivy and I both uttered our surprise. Squinting through the dim gray night light, we studied the dresser drawer. Totally empty. Check the closet, I suggested. Ivy crossed the room in 3 or 4 quick strides. She pulled open the closet door. Deirdre's stuff. It's all gone, Ivy declared. Weird, I muttered. It's still the word of the night. Why would she move out and not tell us? Jen demanded. Where did she go? Ivy added. Good question, I thought, staring at the empty closet. Where did Deirdre go? I forgot to drink before chapter 17. So. Breakfast was the noisiest meal of the day. Spoons clattered against cereal bowls. Orange juice pitchers banged on the long wooden tables. Voices rang out as if someone had turned up the volume all day. Everyone talked excitedly about the sport they planned to do today, the games they planned to win. I had taken the last shower, so Jan and Ivy were already eating breakfast when I made my way into the mess hall. As I pushed through the narrow aisle behind the tables, I searched Deirdre. No sign of her. I hadn't slept very well. Even though I was really tired, I kept thinking about Deirdre and about Alicia, and I kept wondering what was taking Mom and Dad so long to get in touch with us. I spotted Elliot in the end of the table filled with boys about his age. He had a stack of waffles in front of him, and he was pouring dark syrup over them. Elliot, what's up? I called, squeezing through the aisle to get over to him. My brother didn't bother saying good morning. I got a one-on-one tournament this morning, he replied excitedly. I could win a third king coin. Thrills and chills, I replied, rolling my eyes. You haven't heard anything about Mom and Dad, have you? Oh, that was quick. He stared at me as if he didn't remember who they were. Then he shook his head. Not yet. Isn't this a great camp? Did we luck out or what? I didn't reply. My eyes were on the next table. I thought I had spotted Deirdre, but it was just another girl with streaky blonde hair. Have you won any coins yet? Ellie asked. He had his mouth full of waffle syrup. Waffle syrup dripped on his chin. Not yet, I replied. He snickered. They should change the camp slogan for you. Wendy, only the worst. Elliot laughed. The other boys at the table laughed too. As I said, Elliot really cracked himself up. I wasn't in the mood for his lame jokes. My mind was on Deirdre. Catch you later, I said. I squeezed past the table and headed to the girls' side of the room. Cheers and laughter rang out at the table near the wall. Scrambled egg tossing battle had broken out. There were counselors rushed to stop it. 3 counselors rushed to stop it. Jan and Ivy's table was full. I found an empty space in the next table. Poured myself a glass of juice and a bowl of cornflakes, but didn't feel too hungry. Hey, I called out when I saw Buddy walk by. He didn't hear me over the noise, so I jumped up and ran after him. Hi, what's up? He greeted me with a smile. His blonde hair was wet from the shower. He smelled kind of flowery. Aftershave, I guess. Do you know where Deirdre went? I demanded. He narrowed his eyes in surprise. Deirdre? Girl in my dorm room, I replied. She didn't come back to the room last night. Her closet is empty. Deirdre, he repeated, thinking hard. He raised his clipboard to his face and ran his fingers down it slowly. Oh yeah, she was gone. His cheeks turned bright pink. Excuse me? I stared up at him. Deirdre's gone? Where'd she go? Home? He started the sheet on his clipboard. I guess. Just said she's gone. His cheeks darkened from pink to red. It's so weird, I told him. She didn't say goodbye or anything. Brady shrugged. A smile spread over his face. Have a nice day. He started towards the counselor's table in the front of the huge room, but I ran after him. I grabbed him. Buddy, one more question, I said. You know where I can find a little girl named Alicia? Buddy waved to some boy across the room. Go get him, guys. Only the best, he shouted to them. Then he turned back to me. Alicia? I don't know her last name. She's probably 6 or 7, I told him. She was beautiful. Long red hair and a face full of freckles. Alicia. He chewed his bottom lip. Then he raised the clipboard again. I watched as he ran his finger down the list of names. Then his finger stopped. His cheeks turned pink again. Oh yeah, Alicia, he said, lowering the clipboard. He grinned at me. Strange grin, a chilling one. She's gone too. Why water and not whiskey? Because I don't like alcohol. Alcohol tastes disgusting. Okay. Chapter 18. Jan, Ivy. I saw them hurrying from the mess hall, and I chased after them. We've got to talk, I cried breathlessly. We can't. We're late. Jan straightened her bangs in one hand. If we don't get to the volleyball nets in time, we can't be in the tournament. But it's important, I called as they jogged to the doors. They didn't seem to hear me. I watched them disappear into the morning sunlight. My heart pounding into my chest. I suddenly felt cold all over. I caught up with my brother, who was playfully boxing a tall, skinny boy with short blonde hair. Elliot, come here, I instructed. Just for a minute. I can't, he called. Remember, my one-on-one? Tall, skinny boy hurried out the door, stepped out in front of Elliot, blocking his path. Give me a break, he cried. I don't want to be late. I'm going against Jeff. Remember him? I can beat him. He's big, but he's real slow. Elliot, something strange is going on here, I said, backing him against the wall. Kids are staring at us as they made their way outside, but I didn't care. You're the only one who's strange, Elliot shot back. Are you going to let me go to the basketball court or not? He started to push against me. I pinned his shoulders to the wall with both hands. Just give me 1 second, I insisted. There's something wrong with this camp, Elliot. I let him go. You mean the rumbling noises? He asked, brushing back his dark hair with one hand. That's just gas under the ground or something. Counselor explained it to me. That's not what I'm talking about, I replied. Kids are disappearing. He laughed. Invisible kids? You mean like a magic trick? Stop making fun of me, I snapped. This isn't funny, Elliot. Kids are disappearing. Deirdre from my dorm room, she was the winner's walk last night. She didn't come back to the dorm. Elliot's grin faded. This morning, Buddy told me she was gone. I continued. I snapped my fingers. Just like that. And the girl named Alicia, she disappeared too. Elliot's brown eyes studied me. Kids have to go home sometime. Yeah, he insisted. What's the big deal? What about Mom and Dad? I demanded. They couldn't have driven very far before they realized the trailer had come loose. Why haven't they found us? Why hasn't the camp found them? Elliot shrugged. Beats me, he replied casually. He dodged past me and started to the door. Wendy, you're just unhappy because you stink at sports. But I'm having a great time here. Don't mess it up for me, okay? But, Elliot, I sputtered. Shaking his head, he pushed the door open with both hands and escaped into the sunlight. I balled both hands into tight fists. I really wanted to pound him. Why wouldn't he listen to me? Couldn't he see how upset and frightened I was? Elliot is the kind of kid who never worries about anything. Everything always seems to go his way. Why should he sweat it? But you'd think he'd be just a little worried about Mom and Dad. Mom and Dad. I had a heavy feeling in my stomach, so I made my way slowly out the door. Had they been in the car accident or something? Is this why they hadn't found Elliot and me yet? No. Stop making things worse, I scolded myself. Don't let your imagination run away with you, Wendy. I suddenly remembered my plan to call home. Yes, I decided. I'll do that right now. I will call home and leave a message for Mom and Dad on the answering machine. I stopped in the middle of the path and searched for a payphone. A group of girls carrying hockey sticks passed by. I heard a long whistle coming from the pool across from the from the tennis courts. Then I heard the splash of kids diving into the water. Everyone is having fun, I thought. Everyone except me. I decided to make the call and find a sport to play. Something to take my mind off my crazy worries. I returned in the row of blue and white payphones to the side of the lodge. I ran full speed and picked up the nearest phone. I raised the receiver to my ear and started to punch in one number. Then I cried out in surprise. Dun dun dun. Something strange is going on here? Nah. That's a tough question. Chapter 19. Hi there, camper, boomed a cheerful, deep voice. Have a wonderful day at camp. This is King Jellyjam greeting you. Work hard, play hard, and win. And always remember, only the best. Oh no, I cried. A stupid message. Hi there, camper. Have a wonderful day. The tape started to repeat in my ear. I slammed the receiver down and picked up the next phone. Hi there, camper. Have a wonderful day at camp. Same jolly, booming voice. Same recorded message. Tried every phone in the row. The old played the same message. None of the phones were real. Where's the real phones, I wondered. There had to be phones that actually work. I turned away from the lodge and wandered down the dirt path. As I passed the bushes where Jay and Ivy and I had hidden last night, I felt a chill and thought about Alicia. Bright sunlight washed over the sloping grassy hill. I shielded my eyes and watched a black and gold monarch butterfly. It fluttered towards a patch of red and pink geraniums. I walked aimlessly, searching for a telephone. All around, kids were shouting, laughing, playing hard. I didn't really hear them. I was deep into my own troubled thoughts. Hey, hey, hey! My brother's voice startled me into stopping. I blinked several times, struggling to focus. I saw that I had wandered down to the basketball courts. Elliot and Jeff were having their one-on-one basketball competition. Jeff dribbled the ball. It thudded loudly in the asphalt court. My brother waved both arms in Jeff's face, making a grab at the ball. Missed. Jeff lowered his shoulders, bumped Elliot out of the way, dribbled to the basket, and shot. 2 points, he cried, grinning. Elliot scowled and shook his head. You fouled me. Jeff pretended not to hear. He was twice as big as Elliot. Big Hulk. He could push Elliot all over the court if he wanted to. Whatever made Elliot think he could win? What's the score? Jeff demanded, wiping sweat off his forehead with the back of one hand. 18-10, Elliot reported unhappily. I didn't need 20 guesses to figure out that my brother was losing. The basketball court was closed off by a mesh wire fence. I grabbed the fence with both hands, peering my face against it, and watched. Elliot dribbled, moving back, giving himself some space. Jeff moved with him, leaning forward, adjusting his basketball shorts with one hand as he moved. Suddenly, Elliot burst forward, his eyes on the basket. He started his jump, raised his right hand to shoot, and Jeff grabbed the ball away. Elliot jumped and shot nothing but air. Jeff dribbled twice, put up a two-handed layup. Swish. The score was 20-10. Jeff won the game a few seconds later. He let out a cheer and slapped Elliot a high five. Elliot frowned and shook his head. Lucky shots, he muttered. Yeah, for sure, Jeff replied, using the front of his sleeveless blue t-shirt as his mop his sweating face. Hey, congratulate me, man. You're my sixth victim. Huh? Elliot shouted at him, hands pressed against his knees, struggling to catch his breath. You mean, yeah, Jeff grinned. My sixth king coin. I get to march the winner's walk tonight. Wow, that's cool, Elliot replied without enthusiasm. Still have 3 coins to go. I had a sudden feeling that I was being watched. I let go of the wire fence and took a step back. Buddy had been staring at me from the path. His eyes were narrowed, and his mouth was set in a stern, unhappy expression. How long had he been standing there? Why did he look so unhappy? His grim expression gave me a chill. As I turned to him, he stepped forward. His blue eyes stared hard into mine. I'm sorry, Wendy, the counselor said softly, but you have to go. Oh no. What's Jeff gonna do? Chapter 20. Excuse me? I gaped at him. My mouth dropped open. What was he saying? Where did I have to go? Fuck you. Fine, I'll take a sip. God. Did he mean I had to go like Deirdre and Alicia? You have to go find a sport, Buddy repeated, still speaking softly. His solemn expression didn't change. You can't stand around watching other kids play. King Jellyjam would never approve of that. I'd like to step on that ugly little blob, I thought angrily. What a stupid name. King Jellyjam. Yuck. Buddy had just scared me to death. Was he trying to frighten me, I wondered? No, I quickly decided. Buddy doesn't know that I'm upset about things. How could he know? Buddy hurried to the basketball court. He slapped Jeff on the back and handed him a gold king coin. Way to go, yeah? He cried, flashing Jeff a thumbs up. I'll see you at the winner's walk tonight. Only the best. Buddy said a few words to my brother. Elliot shrugged a few times. Then he said something that made Buddy laugh. I couldn't hear the words. When Elliot trotted off to find his next sport, Buddy strode quickly back to me. He put his arm around my shoulders and guided me away from the basketball court. I guess you're just not a self-starter, Wendy, he said. I guess, I replied. What was I supposed to say? Well, I'm gonna give you a schedule for the day. See if you like it, Buddy said. First, I have a tennis match lined up for you. You play tennis, right? A little, I told him. I'm not that great, but after tennis, come down to softball diamond, okay? Buddy continued. We'll get you one of them softball teams. He flattened me a warm smile. I think you'll have a lot more fun if you join in, don't you? Yeah, probably, I replied. I wanted to sound more enthusiastic, but I just couldn't. Buddy led me into the back tennis courts. An African-American girl about my age was warming up by hitting a tennis ball against the backboard. She turned and greeted me as I approached. How's it going? Fine, I replied. We introduced ourselves. Her name was Rose. She was tall and pretty. She wore a purple tank top over black shorts. Saw a silver ring dangling from one ear. Buddy handed me a racket. Have fun, he said. And watch out, Wendy. Rose already has 5 king coins. Are you a good tennis player? I asked, twirling the racket in my hand. Rose nodded. Yeah, pretty good. How about you? I don't know, I told her honestly. My friend and I always play just for fun. Rose laughed. She had a deep, throaty laugh that I liked. It made me want to laugh too. I never played for fun, she declared. She told the truth. We volleyed back and forth for a while to get warmed up. Rose leaned forward, tensed her body, narrowed her dark eyes, started slamming the ball back at me as if we were playing the final set of a championship. She played even harder once we started our match. I found out very quickly that I was no match for her. I was lucky to return a few of her serves. Rose is a good sport about it. Caught her sticking a few times on my two-handed backhand, but she didn't make fun of my pitiful game. She gave me some really helpful tips as the match continued. She won the straight set. She won in straight sets. I congratulated her. She seemed really excited about winning her 6th king coin. A woman counselor I hadn't seen before appeared on the court and presented the coin to Rose. See you at the winner's walk tonight, she said, grinning. The counselor turned to me. Softball diamond is right over the hill, Wendy, she pointed. I thanked her and began walking in that direction. Don't walk, run, she called. Let's see some spirit. Only the best. I let out an unhappy groan. I didn't think she heard me, but I obediently started to run. Why was everyone always rushing me around here? I complained silently. Why can't I go lie down in the pool and work on my tan? As the softball diamond came into view, I started to cheer up a little. I actually like softball. I'm not much of a fielder, but I'm a really good slugger. Teams I saw had boys and girls on them. I recognized 2 of the girls from my breakfast table this morning. One of them tossed me a ball. Hi, I'm Romney. You can be on our team, she said. Can you pitch? I guess, I replied, wrapping my hand around the bat. Sometimes I pitch after school in the playground. She nodded. Okay, you can pitch the first couple of innings. Romney called the other kids together and we huddled. Went around the circle giving us our names. Then the kids who didn't have fielding positions chose their spots. If we win, do we all get king coins? A boy with a fake tattoo of an eagle on his shoulder asked. Yeah, all of us, Romney told him. Everyone cheered. Don't start cheering yet. We've got to win first. She went around the circle, giving the batting order. Since I was the pitcher, I batted 9th. But since I had a bat, I decided to take a few practice swings. I stepped away from the others behind the third baseline. Easing my hands on the bat, I took a soft swing. I like to choke up pretty high. I'm not very strong, and it gives me a harder string. The bat felt pretty good. I took a few more soft swings. Then I pulled it behind my shoulders and swung as hard as I could. I didn't see Buddy standing there. The bat smacked him hard in the chest. It made a sickening Thack! As it crashed into his ribs. I let the bat fall my hands, then I staggered back, stunned, horrified. Oh no. She hit Buddy. Buddy's smile faded. Chapter 21. Buddy's smile faded. He narrowed his eyes at me. He raised a hand and pointed a finger at me. I like the way you choke up, he said. But maybe you could find a lighter bat. Huh? My mouth hung open. I couldn't move. I stood there, gaping at him. Buddy? He picked the bat up off the ground. Does it feel comfortable? Let me see you swing again, Wendy. He handed the bat to me. My hand trembled as I took it from him, kept my eyes on him, waited for him to cry out, to grab his chest and collapse in a heap on the ground. What if Buddy is made of jelly? Some of the aluminum bats are lighter, he said. He brushed back his blonde hair with one hand. Go ahead, swing again. Took a... Oh. Alright. Wasn't expecting an ad break. That means it's been 2 hours? Shit. Alright. We'll actually start chapter 21 over again.
Short break.
Ugh. Are you closing your eyes and listening to me speak? Is that how you know that? Maybe. Maybe. Would Buddy be welcome in this chat? Let's find you a sport. You can't be asking questions like that, champ. Only the best. You ever just try to open a trash bag and it's like impossible to do? The fuck is this audio? It's just a background track that I've had running, so there's something besides me. Whatever I found on the internet, a league. Just let it happen, man. Yeah. I mean, you know, sometimes the crying demon gets out. You just have to let it happen, man. Dude, there are dead ladybugs fucking everywhere because it's fucking so annoying. Back to reading. Game audio's busted. Got it. I'll fix it, Jay. Is it Margot? It might be. Chapter 21. Buddy's smile faded. He narrowed his eyes. Oh, wait, no, hold on, not yet. One more thing. Second thing of water. Chapter 21, for real. Buddy's smile faded. He narrowed his blue eyes at me. I like the way you choke up, he said. But maybe we could find you a lighter bat. Huh? My mouth hung open. I couldn't move. I stood there, gaping at him. Buddy? He picked up the bat from the ground. Does it feel comfortable? Let me see you swing it again, Wendy. He handed the bat to me. My hands trembled as I took it from him. I kept my eyes on him, waited for him to cry out, to grab his chest and collapse in a heap on the ground. Some of the aluminum bats are lighter, he said. He brushed back his blonde hair with one hand. Go ahead, swing again. I took a few shaky steps away from him. I wanted to make sure I didn't hit him again. Then I choked up the bat and swung. How is it? He asked. Fine, I stammered. He flashed me a thumbs up and went to talk to Romney. Whoa, I thought. What is the story here? I swung the bat into his chest. Hard enough to break a few ribs, or at least knock his breath out, but Buddy didn't even seem to notice it. What is the story here? I told Jan and Ivy about it at dinner. Jan snickered. Guess your swing isn't as you think, but it made a horrible sound, like eggs breaking or something, I exclaimed. And he just went back to smiling and talking. He probably waited till he got out of sight, and then he screamed his head off, Ivy suggested. I forced myself to laugh along with my two friends, but I didn't feel like laughing. It was all too strange. I mean, no one could take a blow like that right in the chest. Not even say ouch. Our team lost by 10 points. But after the fuck, who would think about the game? I glanced across the room to the counselor's table. Buddy sat at one end, talking and laughing with Holly. He seemed perfectly okay. I kept glancing at him all through dinner, again and again. I heard the sickening thunk the bat made as it smashed into his chest. I just couldn't get it out of my mind. I kept thinking about it as we trooped out to the track after dinner for the winner's walk. It was a windy night. The torches flickered and nearly went out. The trees around the track shivered and bent. The branches seemed to reached down to the ground. The marching music began, and the winners paraded by. Rose waved at me as I passed. I saw Jeff walking proudly near the back of the line, his gold coins jingling around his neck. After the ceremony, I hurried back to my room, climbed into bed. Too many troubling thoughts whirred around my brain. I wanted to go to sleep and shut them out. The next morning at breakfast, Rose and Jeff were gone. That's a dumb thing you've said there, Lee. I can't believe you've said that. Why would you do that? That's what my narration sounded like. Thanks for the call up. Chapter 22. I searched for Rose and Jeff, and I searched for my brother all morning. I knew he'd be playing hard at one of the sports, but I walked around from the soccer field at one end of the camp to the driving range on the other end, and I didn't see him. Had Elliot disappeared too? The frightening thought kept tugging in my mind. We've got to get out of this camp. I kept repeating those words to myself as I made my way along the crisscrossing dirt paths. King Jellyjam, the little purple blob, grinned at me from the sign posted everywhere. Even his cartoon smile gave me the creeps. Something was terribly wrong at King Jellyjam Sports Camp, and the more I walked, my eyes watching every face for my brother, the more frightened I became. Buddy caught up to me after lunch. He led me back to the softball diamond. Wendy, you can't leave your team, he said sternly. Forget yesterday. You still have a chance. If you win today, you guys will get king coins. I didn't want any king coins. I wanted to see my parents. I wanted to see my brother. And I wanted to get out of here. I didn't pitch today. I played left field, which gave me plenty of time to think. I planned our escape. It won't be that hard, I decided. Elliot and I will sneak out after dinner when everyone's watching the winners walk. We'll make our way down the hill, back to the highway, then we'll walk or hitchhike to the nearest town with a police station. And I knew the police could find Mom and Dad for us easily. Simple plan, right? Now all I had to do was find Elliot. Our team lost the game 7-9. I grounded out to end the game. The other kids were disappointed that the team lost, but I didn't really care. I still hadn't won a single kid coin. As we trotted towards our dorms, I saw Buddy watching me. He had a fretful expression on his face. Wendy, what's your next sport? He called me. I pretended I didn't hear him and trotted away. My next sport is running, I thought unhappily. Running away from this horrible place. The ground began to rumble and shake as I passed the main lodge. This time, I ignored it and kept walking to the dorm. Oh, this is a long chapter. I didn't find Elliot until after dinner. I saw him heading out the mess hall door with two buddies. They were laughing, talking loudly, and bumping each other over their chests as they walked. Elliot! I called, chasing down him. Hey, Elliot, wait up! He turned away from his friends. Oh, hi, he said. How's it going? Did you forget you have a sister? I demanded angrily. He narrowed his eyes at me. Excuse me? Where have you been? I asked. A grin spread over his face. Winning these, he said. He raised the chain around his neck to show off gold king coins he was wearing. I've got 5. Awesome, I said sarcastically. Elliot, we've got to get out of here. Huh? Get out? He twisted his face, confused. Yes, I insisted. We have to get away from this camp. Tonight. I can't, Elliot replied. No way. Kids pushed past us on the way to watch the winners walk. I followed Elliot out the mess hall door, then pulled him off the path into the grass on the side of the building. You can't leave? Why not? I demanded. Not till I win my 6th coin, he cried. He jangled the coin's necklace. the coin necklace in my face. Elliot, this place is dangerous, I cried, and Mom and Dad must be. You're just jealous, he interrupted. He jangled the coins again. You haven't won any, have you? I balled my hands into fists. I wanted to strangle him. I really did. He was such a competitive jerk. He always had to win everything. I took a deep breath, tried to speak calmly. Elliot, aren't you at all worried about Mom and Dad? He lowered his eyes for a moment. A little. Well, we have to get out of here and find them, I declared. Tomorrow, he replied. After the track meet in the morning, after I win my 6th coin. I opened my mouth to argue with him, but what was the point? I knew how stubborn my brother can be. If he wanted to win the 6th coin, he wouldn't leave without until he won it. I couldn't argue with him. I couldn't drag him away. Right after the track meet tomorrow morning, I told him, we're out of here, whether you win or lose. Agreed? He thought about it. Okay, agreed, he said finally. Then he trotted off to find his friends. 4 kids marched in the winner's walk. As I watched from the sidelines, I thought about kids I knew who had marched before. Deirdre, Rose, Jeff. Had they all gone home? Had they all picked up by their parents? Were they back home now, safe and sound? Maybe I'm frightening myself for no reason, I thought. Everyone else in camp seemed to be having a great time. Why am I the only warrior? And then I remembered that I wasn't the only warrior. Alicia's tear-streaked face floated into my mind. What had Alicia seen that had frightened her so much? Why was she so desperately trying to want us to get away? I'll probably never find out, I told myself. When the Winners' Walk ceremony ended, I didn't feel like going back to dorm. I knew I couldn't sleep. Too many thoughts troubled my mind. As the other kids made their way to their rooms, I ducked to the deep shadows. Then I sneaked along the path to the sloping hill that led up to the main lodge. Hiding behind a wide evergreen shrub, I dropped down to the grass. It was a cool, cloudy night. The air felt heavy and damp. I raised my eyes to the sky. Clouds covered the stars and the moon. Far in the distance, I could see tiny red lights moving slowly against the blackness. An airplane. I wondered where it was headed. Crickets began to chirp. The wind rustled my hair. I gazed up at the starless sky, trying to relax, trying to calm myself down. After a few minutes, I heard voices. Footsteps. I pulled myself to my knees and ducked low behind the shrub. Voices grew louder. A girl laughed. Carefully, I peered out from between the piney branches. I saw 2 counselors walking rapidly along the path that led to the hill. Behind them, another group of counselors making their way quickly up the hill. They all seemed to be in a hurry. I lowered myself behind the shrub and hid in the darkness. They're heading to the lodge, I decided. Must be some kind of counselor meeting. Their white shorts and t-shirts were easy to see, even in the dark night. Keeping out of sight, I watched them make their way up the lodge. But, to my surprise, they didn't go to the lodge. Several yards from the lodge entrance, they turned off the path and ducked into the woods. Where were they going? I saw 2 more groups of counselors make their way into the trees. There must be 100 counselors at this camp, I realized, and they're all going to the woods tonight. I waited until I thought all the counselors had passed by. Then I slowly pulled myself to my feet. I stared into the woods, but I could only see darkness, shadow upon shadow. I ducked back down when I heard 2 more voices. Peering through the evergreen branches, I spied Holly and Buddy. They were taking long strides, walking side by side. I waited until they passed by. Then I jumped up. Creeping into the dark shadows, I followed them into the woods. I didn't stop to worry about getting caught. I had to know where the counselors were going. Buddy and Holly moved quickly through the woods, pushing tall weeds out of their way, stepping over fallen tree limbs. To my surprise, a low white structure came into view. It appeared to glow dully in the dim night. The building was built low to the ground. Top was curved. I squinted at it through the trees. It looked like an igloo, I thought. What was this strange building, I wondered? Why is it hidden away in the trees? A dark opening had been cut into the side. Holly ducked into the low entrance. Buddy followed her. I waited nearly a minute. Then I stepped up to the opening. My heart pounded. Such a strange little building, round and smooth as ice. I hesitated. I peered into the entrance, but couldn't see anything inside. I didn't hear any voices. What should I do? I asked myself. Should I go in? Yes. I took a deep breath. I lowered myself into the opening. Gonna restart that. Oh, you look just like Buddy Holly. Oh, Mary Barry Tyler Moore. I'm losing my voice. Losing my voice. I think this book is like right now for me probably the maximum. This is like a good 70-page light reading book. It's taking about as long as I expected me to read 70 pages out loud. So, I will put a stipulation that like this is a good point. This is a good level. Chapter 23. 3 steep steps led to a dim entryway. Single red light down near the floor gave up the only light. Use the word light twice in that sentence, and I don't know why that threw me off. I stepped in the dark red glow, then stopped and listened. I could hear voices speaking softly in the next room. Trailing my hand along the bare concrete wall, I moved slowly towards the voices. An open doorway came up on my right. I stopped inside it. Then I slowly, carefully peered in. I stared into a large square room. 4 torches hanging at the front of the room sent out flickering orange lights. Counselors sat in long wooden benches. Facing a low stage, purple banner hung over the stage. It proclaimed, "Only the best." It's a little theater, I realize. Some kind of meeting hall. But why is it hidden away in the woods? And why are the councils all meeting here tonight? I didn't have to wait long for an answer. Buddy stepped out on the small stage. He walked quickly into the flickering orange torchlight. Then he turned to face the audience of counselors. I crept in the doorway. There were no torches in the back of the hall. It was pitch black here. Walking to tiptoe, I edged my way along the back wall. The door to a closet of some kind stood open. I ducked into it. Buddy raised both hands. The counselors instantly stopped talking. They all sat up straight and stared at him. "Time to refresh ourselves," Buddy called out. His voice echoed up the concrete walls. The counselors sat stiffly. No one moved. No one made a sound. Buddy pulled a gold coin from his pocket. A king coin, I figured. It dangled on a long gold chain. "Time to refresh our minds," Buddy said. "Time to refresh our mission." He raised the gold coin high. It glowed in the torchlight as he began to swing it back and forth slowly. "Clear your minds," he instructed them, speaking softly now. "Clear your minds as I have cleared mine." The gleaming gold coin swung slowly back and forth, back and forth. "Clear, clear, clear your minds," Buddy chanted. He was hypnotizing them, I realized. Buddy is hypnotizing all the counselors, and he's been hypnotized too. I took a step forward. I couldn't believe what I was seeing and hearing. "Clear your minds to serve the Master," Buddy declared. "For that is why we are here, to serve the Master in all his glory." "To serve the Master," the counselors all chanted back together. "Who is the Master?" I asked myself. What are they talking about? Buddy continued chanting out slogan to the crowd of counselors. His eyes were wide. He never blinked. "We do not think," he shouted. "We do not feel. We give ourselves up to serve the Master." And suddenly, I had an answer to some of my questions. Now I knew why Buddy hadn't cried out, hadn't collapsed on the ground when I swung the bat into his chest. He had hypnotized away all feeling. He was in some sort of trance. He couldn't feel the bat. He didn't feel anything. Only the best, Buddy cried, raising both fists into the air. Only the best, the counselors all repeated. Their unblinking faces appeared strange, frozen in the flickering orange light. Only the best. Only the best. They all chanted the slogan over and over. Their voices echoed loudly off the walls. Only their mouths moved, like puppets. Only the best can serve the master, Buddy shouted. Only the best, the counselors chanted one more time. Buddy had been swinging the gold coin over his head during the entire performance. He now lowered it back to the pocket of his shorts. The room grew silent, a heavy silence, an eerie silence. And then I sneezed. Chapter 24. I cupped my hand over my mouth. Too late. I sneezed again. Buddy's mouth opened wide in surprise. He jabbed the finger in the air, pointing at me. Several counselors jumped to their feet and spun around. I turned to the door. Could I escape through it before one of them caught me? No. God bless you. God bless you. No way I could get over there. My legs were shaking, but I forced myself to move. I backed against the wall. Why had I stepped so far into the room? Why hadn't I stayed in the safety of the doorway? Who's there? I heard Buddy call. It's so dark. Who is it? Good, I thought. He didn't know it was me. But in seconds, they'd grab me and drag me into the light. I took another step back. Another. Darkness fell over me. I spun around. Oh! I cried out as I saw that I had nearly toppled down a steep stairway. It wasn't a closet after all. Black stone steps curved sharply down. Where did they lead? I couldn't guess, but I had no choice. The steps were my only chance of escape. I leaned against the wall and plunged down the stairs. My shoes slid on the smooth stones. I nearly tripped and went sailing head first, but I grabbed the walls and steadied myself as I started to fall. The stairs curved down, down. The air grew hot and sour. I held my breath. The air smelled like sour milk. A strange, deep moan rumbled up from down below. I stopped to catch my breath. Listened hard. The low moan rolled up the stairway again. A whiff of sour air invaded my nostrils. I turned back. Was I being followed? Had the counselor seen me escape through the open door? No. It had been too dark. I didn't hear anyone on the stairs. They weren't following me. What smelled so bad down here? I wanted to stop right there. I didn't want to climb down any further. But what choice did I have? I knew they'd be searching for me upstairs. Leaning a hand against the stone wall, I made my way down. The stairway led into a long, narrow tunnel. I could see pale light at the end of it. Another deep moan rumbled in the distance. The floor shook. I took a long breath and passed quickly through the tunnel. The air grew hot and damp. My shoes splashed through the puddles on the tunnel floor. Where does this lead? I wondered. Will it take me back outside? As I heard the end of the tunnel, a whiff of sour air made me choke. I coughed and struggled to stop my stomach from heaving. What a disgusting smell. Like decayed meat and rotten eggs. Like garbage left out in the sun for days on days. Pressed both hands over my mouth. The odor was so strong I could taste it. I gagged. Once. Twice. Don't think about the smell, I ordered myself. Think about something else. Think about fresh flowers. Think about sweet-smelling perfume. Somehow, I calmed my stomach. Then, pitching 2 fingers over my nose to keep the odor out, I stumbled at the end of the tunnel. I stopped as the tunnel gave way to a huge, brightly lit chamber. I stopped and stared at the ugliest, most frightening thing I had ever seen in my life. I just realized the music stopped. I'll start it back up. Why did it stop? I don't know. I don't know. But it took me 2 hours to get this far. That's not bad. Chapter 25. Squinting into the bright light, I saw dozens of kids with mops and buckets and water hoses. At first, I thought they were cleaning up a giant purple balloon, bigger than any balloon in the Thanksgiving Day parade. But as the water sprayed over it and the mop soaked up his sides, the balloons let out a loud groan. And I realized I wasn't staring at a balloon. It was a creature. The creature was alive. I was staring at a monster. I was staring at King Jellyjam. Not a cute little mascot, but a fat, gross purple mound of slime, nearly as big as the house, wearing a gold crown. Two enormous watery eyes rolled around in his head. He smacked his fat purple lips and groaned again. Hunks of thick white goo dripped off his huge, hairy nostrils. The disgusting odor rolled off his body. Even holding my nose couldn't keep the sour stench. He smelled like dead fish, rotting garbage, sour milk, and burning rubber, all at once. The gold crown bounced on top of his slimy, wet head. His purple stomach heaved, as if an ocean wave was breaking inside him, and he let out a putrid burp that shook the walls. Kids, dozen of them, worked frantically. They circled the ugly monster. They hosed him down, scrubbed his body with mops and sponges and brushes, and as they worked, little round objects rained down on them. Click, click, click. The little round things clattered to the floor. Snails. Snails popping out from King Jellyjam's skin. I started to gag again when I realized the hideous creature was sweating snails. I staggered back into the tunnel, pressing my hand over my mouth. How could these kids stand this horrible sour stench? Why were they washing him? Why were they working so hard? I gasped when I recognized some of the kids. Alicia held a hose. She held a hose with both hands and sprayed King Jellyjam's bulging, heaving stomach. Her red hair was soaked and matted to her forehead. She cried as she worked, bawling loudly. I saw Jeff rubbing a mop up and down the monster's side. I opened my mouth to call to Alicia and Jeff, but then my breath caught in my throat and no sound came out. And then someone came running towards me, stumbling and staggering into the tunnel, out at the bright light. Deirdre, a dripping sponge in one fist, her streaky blonde hair drenched, her clothes wrinkled and soaked. Deirdre, I managed to choke out. Get away from here, she cried. Wendy, run! But, I sputtered. What's happening? Why are you doing this? Deirdre ushered a sob. Only the best, she whispered. Only the best get to be King Jellyjam's slaves. Huh? I gaped at her as she trembled in front of me, shivering from the cold water that had drenched her. Don't you see? Deirdre cried. These are all winners. All 6 coin winners. She gets the strongest kid. He gets the strongest kids, the best workers. But why? I demanded. Snails popped from the creature's skin and clicked as they hit the hard floor. A wave of sour stench blew over us as another rumbling burp escaped his swollen lips. Why are you all washing him? Asked Deirdre. He has to be washed all the time, Deirdre exclaimed with a sob. He has to be kept wet, and he can't stand his own smell. So he gets the strongest kids down here. He makes us wash him day and night. But Deirdre, I started. If we stopped washing, she continued. If we try to take a rest, he'll eat us. This is a tie-body joke. He ate 3 kids today. No, I cried, gaping in horror. He's so disgusting, Deirdre wailed. These horrible snails popping out of his body, this putrid smell. She grasped my arm. She grabbed my arm. Her hand was wet and cold. The counselors are all hypnotized, she whispered. King Jellyjam has total control over them. I know, I told her. Get out of here. Hurry, Deirdre pleaded, squeezing my arm. Get help, Wendy. Please. An angry roar made us both jump. Oh no, Deirdre wailed. He's seen us. It's too late. Chapter 26. The monster let out another roar. Deirdre loosened her grip on my arm. We both turned towards him, shaking with fright. He was bellowing at the ceiling, roaring just to keep everyone terrified. His watery yellow eyes were shut. He hadn't seen Deirdre and me yet. Get help, Deirdre whispered to me. Then she raised the sponge and ran back to her place at King Jellyjam's side. I froze for a moment, froze in horror, in disbelief. Another rumbling burp jolted me from my thoughts, sent me scurrying through the tunnel. At least now I knew why the campground shook so often. Sour stench followed me through the tunnel, back up the curving stone steps. I wondered if I could ever get rid of it. I wondered if I could ever breathe freely again. How can I help those kids? I asked myself. What can I do? I was too terrified to think clearly. As I ran through the darkness, I could picture King Jellyjam smacking his gross purple lips. I could see him rolling his yellow eyes and the ugly black snails squeezing out through his skin. I felt sick as I reached the top of the stairs, but I knew I didn't have time to worry about myself. I had to save the kids who had been forced to be the monster's slaves. And I had to save the rest of the kids in camp before they became slaves too. I poked my head out of the closet door. 4 torches still burned in the front of a small theater, but the room was empty. Where are the counselors? Out searching for me? Probably. Where can I go? I asked myself. I can't spend the night in this closet. I have to breathe some fresh air. I have to go somewhere where I can think. Carefully, I made my way out of the low igloo, into the starless night. Hiding behind a wide tree trunk, my eyes searched the woods. Narrow beams of white light from flashlights darting through the trees over the ground. Yes, I told myself, the counselors are searching for me. I backed up, away from the crisscrossing lights, trying not to make a sound. I crept through the trees and tall weeds, towards the path that led to the lodge. Can I get to the dorms and warn everyone? I wondered. Will anyone believe me? Will there be counselors guarding the dorms, waiting for me to show up? I heard voices on the path. I ducked behind a tree and let 2 counselors pass. Their flashlights made wide circles of the sloping hill. As soon as they were out of sight, I darted out of the trees. I ran down the hill, keeping in deep shadows. I made my way past the swimming pool, past the tennis courts, all dark and silent now. A clump of tall hedges beside the track would hide me from all sides. I realized I ducked behind the hedges. Gasping for breath, dropping to my knees, I crawled into shelter. I settled myself on the prickly pine needles beneath the hedges and peered out. Only darkness now. Took a deep breath, then another. Such sweet smelling air. Got to think, I told myself. Got to think. Shouting voices startled me awake. When had I fallen asleep? Where was I? I blinked several times, sat up and stretched. My body felt stiff, my back ached, every muscle ached. I gazed around, discovered I was still hidden inside the hedges. A gray, cloudy morning, then the sun trying to burn through high clouds. And the voices? Cheers? I raised myself up and peered through the hedge. The track competition. It had just begun. I saw 6 boys in shorts and t-shirts leaning forward as they ran around the track. A crowd of kids and counselors cheering them on. And in the lead, Elliot. No, I cried hoarsely, my voice still choked with sleep. I stepped out from the hedge, made my way across the grass track. I knew I had to stop him. I couldn't let him win the race. I couldn't let him win the 6th coin. If he did, they'd make Elliot a slave too. He ran hard. He pulled far out in front of the other 5. What could I do? What? In my panic, I remembered our signal. My 2-finger whistle. My signal for Elliot to take it easy. He'll hear the whistle and slow down, I told myself. I raised 2 fingers to my mouth. I blew. No sound came out. My mouth was too dry. My heart thudded in my chest. I tried again. No. No whistle. Elliot turned in the last lap. There was no way to stop him from winning now. Almost done, guys. No, wait. Chapter 27. No way to stop him. Unless I beat him there. With a desperate cry, I plunged forward and started to run to the track. My shoes pounding the grass. I kept my eyes on Elliot. In the finishing line as I ran. Faster, faster. If only I could fly. Loud cheers rang out as Elliot neared the finish. The other 5 boys were miles behind. My shoes thudded in the asphalt track. My chest felt about to burst. It hurt to breathe. My breath came in loud wheezes. Faster, faster. I heard cries of surprise as I raced over the track. I plunged up behind Elliot, reached out in both hands, and tackled him from behind. We both toppled in a heap, rolling over the hard track onto the grass. The other boys raced past us to the finish line. Wendy, you jerk! Elliot screamed, jumping to his feet. I can't explain now, I shouted, back, struggling my breath, struggling to stop the aching in my chest. I scrambled to my feet and pulled Elliot away. He angrily tried to jerk free. Why'd you do that, Wendy? Why? I saw 3 counselors running towards me. Hurry, I ordered my brother. I pulled him away. Just hurry. I think he saw the tear in my eyes. I think he realized that tackling him was a desperate act. I think he saw how serious I was. Elliot stopped protesting and started to run. I led him over the grass, up the sloping hill to the lodge, into the woods. Where are we going? He called breathlessly. Tell me what's happening. You'll see in a minute, I called back. Get ready for a really bad smell. Huh? Wendy, have you totally lost it? I didn't answer. I kept running. I led the way into the woods, to the igloo-shaped building. At the low entrance, I turned back to see we were being followed. I didn't see anyone. Elliot followed me into the theater. The torches weren't lit. It was pitch black inside. Peeling my way along the back wall, I found the closet door, pulled it open, and led the way down the curving stairs. Halfway down, the sour odor floated up to greet us. Elliot cried out and cupped both hands over his nose and mouth. It stings! His cry was muffled by his hands. It gets worse, I told him. Try not to think about it. We jogged side by side through the long hallway. I wish I had time to warn Elliot. I wish I could tell him what I was about to see. But I was desperate to save Deirdre, Alicia, and the others. Gasping from the smell, I burst into King Jellyjam's brightly lit chamber. Water from a dozen hoses splashed over the monster's purple body. Kid scrubbed furiously as he sighed and groaned. I saw the startled horror on my brother's face, but I couldn't worry about Elliot now. Hit the floor! I screamed at the top of my lungs, cupping my hands into a megaphone. Everyone, hit the floor now! I had a plan. Would it work? We'll find out. Chapter 26, or 28. The monster's watery yellow eyes grew wide with surprise. His bloated lips parted. I could see 2 pink tongues dart and coil inside his mouth. A few of the kids dropped their hoses and mops and flattened themselves on the floor. Others turned to stare at me. Stop washing him, I cried. Put down your hoses and brushes. Stop working and hit the floor. Beside me, Elliot uttered gasping sounds. I glimpsed him struggling to keep the sick smell from overpowering him. King Jellyjam let out a furious roar. The rest of the kids obeyed my instructions. Thick, white slime dripped from his nose. His 2 tongues flicked out between his purple lips. Get flat, I screamed to the kids. Stay down. And then I saw the monster raise a fat purple arm. With a disgusting groan, he leaned over. His slimy flesh rippled all over his body as he reached out to grab Alicia. Help! He's going to eat me! Alicia shrieked. She started to get up. No! I shrieked. Stay down! Stay flat! With a terrified cry, Alicia dropped back to the floor. King Jellyjam swung his flat hand down, fumbled it over her, tried to lift the girl up, tried again. But I had figured right. The monster's fingers were too big, too clumsy to pick anyone who laid flat on the floor. King Jellyjam tilted his head back and uttered a roar of disgust. I cupped my hand over my nose as the disgusting odor grew more intense. Snails popped out of his skin, rolled down his slimy body, bounced noisily onto the floor. The monster flailed his arms. He leaned down again and struggled to pick up some other kids, but they pressed themselves flat on the floor. He couldn't lift them. He roared again, weaker this time. His eyes rolled wildly in his erroneous head. The smell burned my eyes. It swirled around me, surrounded me in its sour stench. King Jellyjam grabbed for a hose, couldn't pick it up. He slammed his hand into a bucket, struggling frantically to splash water on himself. I stood, trembling, watching every move. The plan was working. I knew it would work. It had to work. The stench grew even stronger. I could taste it. I could smell it on my skin. King Jellyjam flailed both arms. Frantically, he struggled to wash himself. His roars became groans. His body began to shake. He gasped he gasped as he narrowed his eyes at me. He raised his swollen purple fingers and pointed, accusing me. He leaned forward, reached out, swiped out his enormous hand. I couldn't move. I was too stunned. I shuddered. His hand slid over me. Before I could struggle, he began to tighten his slimy, stinking fingers around my body. Chapter 29. Oh! I uttered a horrified moan. The wet, fat fingers tightened. Waves of odor rose up around me. I held my breath, but the smell was everywhere. The fingers wrapped themselves tighter. The monster began to lift me off the ground, raise me towards his gaping mouth. The two tongues darted and flicked, and then the tongues drooped over his purple lips. The fingers loosened their grip. I slid free as King Jellyjam groaned and fell forward. Kids rolled quickly out of the way. King Jellyjam toppled over head first. Gold Crown bounced away. The monster's body made a loud splat as it spread over the floor. Yes! I choked out happily. I was still shaking, still trying to forget the slimy feel of his fingers against my skin. Yes! My plan had worked perfectly. The kids stopped washing, and King Jellyjam suffocated from his own foul smell. Are you okay? Elliot asked in a trembling voice. I nodded. Yes, I think I'm going to be fine. Elliot held his nose. I'll never complain about Dad's garden fertilizer again, he declared. Cheering and shouting, the other kids climbed to their feet. Thank you, Alicia cried, wrapping me in a hug. The others rushed forward to thank me too. There were lots of hugs, lots of tears as we made our way to the theater and then into the woods. We are out of here, I cried happily to Elements. But we all stopped at the edge of the woods when we saw the counselors. They all stood in front of us, dozens of them, side by side in white shirts and shorts. They had formed a line along the path, and I could see from the hard expressions set on their faces that they had not come to welcome us back. As I stared from face to face, Buddy stepped forward. He gave a signal to the other counselors. Don't let them get away, he cried. Well, Chapter 30. The counselors stepped forward, moving in a line. Their expression remained hard and threatening. They kept their arms on their sides. They moved stiffly, like robots in a trance. They took 2 more steps, then a shrill whistle broke the silence. Stop right there! Everybody freeze! A man's voice boomed. I heard another shrill whistle. I turned to see several blue uniformed police officers running up the hill. The counselors shook their heads, blinked, uttered soft cries. They made no attempt to run. Where are we? I heard Holly mutter. What's happening? Another counselor asked. They all appeared dazed and confused. Police whistles seemed to have broken the trance that held them. Their kids and I cheered happily as the officers swarmed up the hill. How did you know we needed help? I called. We didn't, an officer replied. A horrible smell floated into town. We wanted to find out what was causing it. We followed it here. Holy shit. The smell was so bad it immediately reached town. I had to laugh. The same smell that had killed the monster had actually saved us kids. We didn't know there was a problem at this camp, an officer announced. We'll contact your parents as soon as we can. What do you fucking mean you didn't know? The kid's disappearing? Whatever. Ellie and I led the way down the hill. We were so eager to see Mom and Dad. The counselors muttered to themselves, gazing around, trying to figure out what had happened. I turned to Buddy as Elliot and I walked past him. Are you feeling better? I asked. He narrowed his blue eyes at me, squinted hard. He didn't seem to be able to focus. Only the best, he murmured. Only the best. I and I were never glad to be home. We're never so glad to be home. What took you so long to find us? Elliot demanded. Mom and Dad shook their heads. The police checked everywhere, trying to find you two, Dad replied. They called the camp several times. The counselor who answered the phone told the police you weren't there. We were so worried, Mom said, biting her bottom lip. So terribly worried. When we found the trailer empty, we didn't know what to think. Well, you're home safe and sound now. Well, we're home safe and sound now, I replied with a grin. Maybe you two would like to go away to a real camp next summer, Dad said. No way, Elliot and I answered together. 2 weeks later, we had a surprise visitor. I opened the door to find Buddy on the front stoop. His blonde hair neatly brushed, he wore chinos, a blue and white striped sports short, and a dark blue tie. I'm so sorry about what happened at camp, Buddy said. I was too shocked to see him, too shocked at seeing him to reply. I just held the door and gaped at him. Is Elliot home? Buddy asked. Hi. Elliot stepped up beside me. Buddy, what's up? I brought you this, Buddy replied. He reached into his pants pocket and pulled out a gold coin. It's a kid coin, he told Elliot. You earned it, remember? You actually won the race. Elliot reached out for it, then stopped. His hand hung in midair. I knew what my brother was thinking. This would be his 6th king coin. Should he take it? Finally, he grabbed it. Thanks, Buddy, Elliot said. Buddy said goodbye, gave us a wave. Elliot and I watched him get into a car and drive away. Then we closed the door behind us. Are you sure you should have taken that? I asked Elliot. Why not? He replied. Purple Monster is dead, right? What could happen? 5 minutes later, we both smelled the horrible odor at the same time. Yuck! Elliot groaned. He swallowed hard. Wendy, what's that smell? He stammered. I don't know, I replied in a shaky voice. I heard Mom laugh behind us. We turned to see her standing in the doorway to the kitchen. What's wrong? She asked. I have a pot of Brussels sprouts boiling on the stove. But fucking dumb. Thank you for joining me in Sergeant Silent's fine arts reading of R.L. Stein's Camp Jellyjam. Goosebumps number 33. Like, I was into the book up until the end when it became very obvious that he was like, alright, I gotta wrap this book up. And then it started moving way too fast paced for me, and it was like, no, like, all the suspense and everything is built. He's just doing shit to make shit happen. And then, like, I know these books usually end in really tacky endings. That was not a good ending. That was rough. Cannot say I liked that ending. Cannot say I liked that ending. Yeah, like I'm used to it as well. That was not great. 3,000 word review on Twitter by tomorrow. No. 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 Biggest of lame. I agree. That was really dumb. I'll be back after a short break, and we'll do some gaming. So see you guys after a short break. Man, I don't know how to feel. Like, I mean, I know how to feel, but like, bruh. Like, it was fine. It's just the end just ruined it, man. I don't know if we'll this game or not tonight. If we hadn't have read the book, I definitely would be beating this today. But because we read the book, I might not beat this today. But Kami, you should know, I don't have any event, no movie, no book, no nothing for next week. So next week we should be able to just start Sunday, with this game. So I'll let you know, but I'm probably gonna start while you're streaming. Hambone. I believe what happened last time. Was we tried. We almost killed. We almost beat this guy. We just got RNG rolled.
Do you want to enter?
I think my color is right. I'm a bit low. Can I actually, I should have checked my doodles before coming here. Alright, well, I'm pretty certain that I upgraded my doodles to max. If not, I'll just lose and find out.
Show me what you got. Get in there.
Huh. So what? If I use yellow, I get HP?
Stay strong. Now you've done it. Prepare to feel my secret weapon!
Yes, your secret weapon is to attack 3 times in a row.
That wasn't fair.
Can you explain this to me? How did this just work? Oh,
Come back.
okay. Reds give you HP. Interesting.
Get in there.
No, I didn't know that. That's kind of wild.
Stay strong. Now
You know if
prepare to feel my secret weapon.
You know if Game FAQs has a guide that breaks down what each color does? I assume you've learned this your end just from playing the game enough. That you're like, I know green does this, red does this, yellow does this, etc. If GameFAQs doesn't have a guide that breaks all this stuff down, you should, if you don't mind, DM me a list of like all the stuff that you know just from playing this game. So that when I do a speedrun, I can think about incorporating these things in, so we can try to find some semblance of a alright doodle. Okay, one thing I've learned, if they're attack type, they will almost always attack after a charge. If they're magic type, they will almost always magic after a charge. That's just what they do.
Stay strong.
Well, I mean, whatever happens, I kill him. Not true. He could beat me.
Come back.
Oh my.
I refuse to lose today. I won't be embarrassed like this.
I think you're gonna lose to this, but you know, maybe you win.
Now you've done it. Prepare to feel my secret weapon.
Yeah, this is probably gonna kill me because he's attack type. Didn't.
Oh, that looks like it had to hurt.
It hurt, yes, sir. Well, I'm dead. That's okay.
Now you've done it.
Okay, I landed mad block on him, and my attack skill got sealed. That's not great. Ooh.
Oh, that looks like it had to hurt.
Pretty much half to magic.
Stay strong.
I have 2 of the guides right now. I have the walkthrough by Sailor Mini Moon, which I don't need anymore. I have all the information I needed from that. And I have the battle system guide that explains the status effects by Cube Crazy Monkey. And I assume Cube Crazy Monkey is the one you're saying is if one was useful, it's that one. I don't like this. I'm in a bad spot. Well, I charged, so I might as well go out. If he magics me, then that's that. Like, I could have magicked him. That's annoying. Unfortunate. Then yeah, you'll have to do a write-up of all the stuff you know about like how bodies affect things and what colors you know for sure do things. Well, Hambone, you're here to save the day. Yeah, the casual play one is the one that I used for resources. But I don't need it anymore. Oh, he's fainted. I win. GG. It's over.
You're good, and I respect your skills.
I agree. No part of that was luck. Not a 1. Nothing there was luck. You're too good. Now the question is, I wrote Final Home, but this actually might not be the Final Home. There might be one after the next opponent. And the fucking weapon? I'm gonna assume that there's actually one more.
Don't talk to me.
Don't talk to me. If I keep trying to have a conversation with you, you'll talk to me eventually. I just want to talk to you. Please. Have a conversation with me, card. Alright, first question is how much color can we put? I'm hoping it's not 12,000, but if it is, then so be it. Mwah. Oh. Well, I'm not going to the underground arena no more. Hi, Graham Graham. Oh, is everyone in town? I think so. I think literally everyone's in town. No, he's not. Oh, no, wait, no, hold on. Oh, wait. Yeah, he's not here. Almost everyone's in town. Look at the Potter shop. Okay. I'm assuming... No, this is like the carpentry shop. Decoration shop. Okay, it's not him. Sign painting. Good job. Sweet buns shop. All right. Have I ever spoken to you?
Welcome. What's up?
What up? Oh yeah, I have spoken to you.
What's up? Thanks.
Thanks. Marker place. Not marketplace. Marker place. Laundry. Knickknacks. Sunflower. Fruit shop. Smoky grill.
Bitter melon and onion.
Fat and rest. Here.
Bitter melon.
Hearty diner.
Cucumber.
Fat and rest. Sizen. Pharmacy. Rare things. Fresh seafood. Shoes. Carpenter. Excuse me, doesn't even have a sign outside the shop. Poety shop. So that is the poety shop. That's not pottery. That's the poety shop. Have I spoken to you? Yeah.
See ya.
That Sia was really high pitched for you, my dude. Spelling in this place is an option. Marker place. Look, it's not the brightest village. Like, they live outside the castle. They can only be so educated.
How can we get the gold now? We're running out of time.
Quiet. I'm trying to think.
I really thought we were going to be able to get the gold.
Don't give up. We can still do it.
I know how to do it.
Zoe, you always say stuff like that just to make me feel better.
Have Mono take all of Taru's colors.
Liar. What about Daddy's lamb being taken by the kingdom?
I had to. If I told you the truth, you would do nothing but cry.
No, I wouldn't.
Don't fuck up, Taru.
I don't like you, Zoe.
Be quiet, silly Taro. Grow up, dummy. Crybaby.
Yo! That was uncalled for, Zoe.
Shouldn't you go after him?
Nah. He'll just keep crying and crying.
I'm going to go look for Taro. How about you? Are you coming?
Ambon. Oh, right. No, I don't need to do that. Yes, I did. I got them all up to 8,900. Okay, so now, first question, and I'm gonna do this without respect to location. This is literally just, finding the answer to a question. Remember when I gave a cactar an axe? Yeah. It's 10,000. Low-key, should we just keep that? Actually, I kinda okay if we just keep that. I don't really see a reason to choose that. You said perfect, so I guess we're keeping it. That's it now. That's just a thing now. He might even be an attack type now. I gave it eyes to make it look better. Alright. And Dragzar gets a big weapon. But what color? Ooh. 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 Dragzar can have light brown. Brilliant. They'll never see it coming if it's a giant eye. Oh, no. Ooh, Dragzar can have an olive weapon. Two weapons? Okay. And I'll do light brown. Those are... Actually, wait, is this a... Yeah, okay. Where the fuck are this guy's arms? Where are his arms? Oh. Those are his arms. Alright. Wait, no, hold on. I got this. This is perfect. I have the best idea ever. You ain't never gonna mess with a man with a pair of tonfas. That one looks more like a fucking stick. Right? Like, come on. I think he needs a tonfa in each hand. Hear me out. Hear me out. 2 weapons. I think this man needs extra tonfas. I think he's gonna get 6 tonfas. Bear with me while I draw a couple more tonfas, because my man needs tonfas. You only get 2 weapons? Oh. Okay. I didn't realize you only get... And I'll actually have to go and redo these. Unfortunately, I have to go back and redo them. Maybe. Okay. Well, I know how to make this work. Oh, I don't know what I just got rid of. Oh no, hold on. No, I do. Oh, so that was an accidental brown draw. That was a different color. Well, either way, my man needs 2 weapons. All right, hold on. Let's look. Skills. Horn, wedge, tail whip, smash. Well, no, I guess he doesn't need 2 weapons. We'll do 1 weapon on him. We'll do 1 weapon on him and 2 weapons on him. We'll go with that. We'll try it out, because that might ultimately be better. So I need, I think, 5,000. 5,000 per. All right. Or not 5,000, 500 per. Alright, that's ton for 1. That looks more like the Tonfa that I know and love. That does not. No, he's doing, you know what? He's doing reverse Tonfa on this bad boy. I never said he was skilled in the Tonfa, but he sure knows how to use the Tonfa. Red, because it's the blood of his enemies. And blue, because it's the blood of his enemies. I gave his Tonfa's blood. Alright. Kami, you get a pick. In honor of Hambone being ultimately your creation, you may pick the final weapon. What is it that Hambone wields going into battle? It will probably... I could swap colors if you have a color preference. I have a couple colors. I don't have, like, a lot of colors, but I have a couple colors. Sky blue, olive, make them green. Is olive acceptable? If olive works, I will do that. Alright, now the most challenging question. Where the hell are his arms? Nope, 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 nope. Nope. No, I deleted the wrong thing. Okay. Yeah, I'm good. Alright. Olive nunchucks on, well, not an arm. I think you're wings. No, your legs. Nope, you're definitely legs. Oh, we found an arm. We found an arm. Oh, okay. How do I... Is he right or left-handed? What is his dominant nunchuck hand? This is so fucking dumb. Okay, how do I fucking draw nunchucks, dude? Okay, let me think here. Nunchucks will be a pain in the ass to draw. About 400 on that stick. 400 on that stick and 200. No, 100 on the chain. And that would give me 450, 450. Ambidextrous, easy. Alright. He starts in his left hand then, so he can have good sweeps over to his right. Alright, how the fuck do I draw a oh, this is gonna be tough. Oh, that's not what I wanted! What? How do I draw nunchucks? Not even remotely close. Oh man, dude, this game is just not conducive to nunchucks. How to draw nunchucks. Wait. I might have an idea. I think you'll hate it, but I might have an idea. No. I have an idea. I got this. I got this. You watch. Oh, stop it, game. I tried. I really did try. Just draw a square. A large square. Okay. Alright. This man just uses a large square. Sarge, if that's a square, you need to go back to school. I don't think that's what we meant. I don't. You know what? It's up to you, Kami. It's not acceptable. Is that Hambone's fucking weapon? I think I'm gonna give him a little small counterpart for his offhand. It's very Hambo. He needs a shield, man. Let the man have his shield. He has his square and triangle. His complementary square and triangle shapes. Hambone will never be defeated with his square and triangle. There's no reason for me to having this much fucking fun at this. Oh, this is so dumb. Wait, hold on. He must have the eyes of his enemy emblazoned upon his square. Breathe, Sarge. No, the eyes of mine enemy. Alright, perfect. He's done. He's a masterpiece. We have the axe-wielding dolphin, the tonfa-wielding dragon, and the square and triangle-wielding hambone. I believe that my doodles have obtained absolute peak. Weapon throw, double kick, slash, bite, smash, and double punch. This guy only has Horge Wedge, Stomp, and Horn Thrush. He did not get a lot. Even though he's an attack type, he really got the short end of this stick. And why did my attack type get so shafted? Well, that's what it is. Yeah, Hambo's just gonna throw his legendary square. He will indeed throw the square. I'm excited. I'm very excited to see the legendary weapon. Alright, where did Taro go? Granny, you know where Taro went. You're not Granny. You're Granny. I've literally only bought gold one time. And I literally only bought gold because I needed it. Exactly. You probably don't even need it, but like, I reckon you'll get absolutely bodied if you don't make wings.
Where's Zoe?
She was really worried about you, Taro.
Hey, Mono. Am I a crybaby?
No, Taro, you aren't.
The way it is, we're going to lose Daddy's land.
You'll still have Zoe, though, won't you?
Zoe.
Taro, you will always have Zoe, even if you lose the land. That will never change. She'll always be there.
Daddy's land. It's very important to Zoe. I don't remember my parents. But Zoe does, and the land helps her remember. If they take it, she will be so sad. I can't let that happen. I have to help her. I have to protect her.
This is where Mono's like, I have a way we can do that.
You both care for each other so much.
And he just starts murdering people.
The both of you.
Huh? Why? You saw Zoe. She's always getting angry and yelling at me.
Taro, you have to be there for her no matter what. Even if you argue sometimes. Having a true friend is something
I mean,
special.
Mono almost killed someone already. Why wouldn't he start now?
Let's head back. Zoe must be worried.
I get into the preliminary match already, or no? Yes, okay, I can. You know, a comment, I'm gonna be honest with you, I do not think this is gonna be that long of a speedrun. I suspect this will very comfortably fall under 5 hours. In fact, I think it might be 3 to 4 depending, but I do not think it will actually be that bad of a run. Unless you get absolutely shreked RNG. Maybe then it would be long. But I don't think it's gonna be that bad. If you want to do a blind race like we did FD18 to like route it, we can potentially do that. Ooh, this guy's actual colors. There's decent stats too. After MMR? Okay. We can look into something after MMR then. Yeah, probably. Masa's gonna be tough. This is not going to be a cakewalk. Yeah, that's completely understandable. I might, honestly, if I have time.
Do you think you could beat me?
Well, we have MMR this week, so probably not actually, because I need to do some Messel and Daisakusen practice myself. Make absolutely certain that I'm ready, even though I don't care.
Check this one out.
That's true, I think he was. Okay. Well, he's a magic type, so he's probably gonna open with magic. Nope, he opened with attack, actually. You got me. I fell for it.
You had better watch out.
Yeah, but I didn't fall for that. Woo! He threw it.
That did not work.
No, that did not work. I am... Okay. Ooh, that's not good. They did indeed put him in jail, and then they're like, nah, you can race in the tourney, it's fine. I don't think I'm gonna win this unless I guess correctly. Okay, he didn't block. Oh, go first! Oh! That's clutch.
Get back here now.
That was so clutch. I had no right to win that.
Check this one out.
I mean, he's a block type. He could do anything. If he blocks, though... No, I have to assume he's gonna block. No! God! I was just in a bad spot. I don't think I was winning no matter what I did, honestly. Alright, Hambone is my last hero. Yeah, they certainly drew something.
You had better watch out!
Mad Block's not a guarantee is the problem here. So he could magic.
What? That did not work?
What? That did not work?
Block. Confused. Block.
You had better
Why, yes. That did ultimately work out the way I wanted it to, yes.
What? That did not work?
What? That did not work? Whoop. 177.
Watch out!
My God. Hi, Amy.
What? That did not work?
What? That did not work?
Get back here now! Show me what you've got!
Alright, Fibo.
You had better
Fibo,
watch out!
are you are you like a dolphin whale, but the water that spouts out of your blowhole is spinning? This is gonna hurt. He's a normal. I've been strong.
That's it!
That's not great. It's not bad, but it's not great. Did 101 to him even though I was shrunk. No, stop. No, no, no! I'm definitely dead. Actually, that did not kill me by that much. Well, this is by no means a clean sweep. I could still very much lose this. He has quite a bit of
Keep
HP.
it up.
Alright, Hambone. You know what to do. Hambone is the unbeatable.
Come on, you can do better!
He's charging. That's fine. I'm still doing damage to him.
You had better watch out!
I'm gonna assume he's doing magic. And oh! Hambone didn't even take damage!
Wow, very impressive. You're pretty good.
Thanks, Masa!
Dude, Hambone just plowed that.
Hey, I got all those blues I needed.
Hi, Annie. Hey, I got my last color. You say easy. We both know he could have definitely just done like that. When it's a 1v1, those can flip real fast. I earned an encyclopedia page, whatever that means.
Don't talk to me.
Oh my god, please. Fibo has really dumb attacks. I'm glad I got lucky then. Maybe. I don't know how to view it, so I have to go back to my house at a minimum. I can't believe they opened the arena back up. You know, my Pengel can just fly over that, right? Oh, okay, cutscene.
If you see this doodle, I want him brought to me immediately. You need gold, don't you? You and that doodle. Galileo created nothing but problems.
Shut up! Oh!
Asshole.
Such a child.
Oh. Ooh. Oh.
I don't believe it!
No, our medicine didn't help. I mustn't give up. Taro.
Don't worry. I will protect you.
What is with this monotone voice acting?
Oh, wow!
Ooh.
They're all just wide-eyed.
Take this color gem. A medicine can be made from it.
Okay, I'll take it.
True, his name is Mono.
You? I don't believe it!
Oh, I hope I didn't speak over the part you need. Otherwise you'll have to find it somewhere.
Please, watch over Taro and Zoe for me. I'm counting on you. I know you can do it.
Are you going to be okay?
Don't worry about me. I'm just a doodle. I'll be alright.
Mono.
Well, it would work if I didn't speak.
Worked!
Thank goodness. She seems okay now.
That's wonderful. Taro, I have a favor to ask you.
Huh?
Everyone just eats colors in this world.
I used my powers. I broke my promise to Zoe. I have to leave now. Please tell her that I'm sorry.
Mono.
What's that?
Mono, he went to the castle. He went to the castle by himself.
Taro, you should have stopped him.
He said he wanted to save our land. He told me that he would protect you, Zoe.
Darn it! What is he doing this for? To get back the land? Just to help us? But why? Why would he risk such a thing? If he goes to the castle, they'll catch him. I can't let this happen.
I was wrong. That Mono, he's not such a bad guy after all. Zoe,
Why are you here?
Never get into the castle. There are too many guards.
Whatever. I'm going to the castle, and I don't care what you say.
Yeah, I know. I'm glad to see you're back to your normal self. Well, you know about the kingdom's doodle tournament, right? And you know where they hold the finals, don't you?
Yeah, I know. They're being held at the castle.
If only you knew someone who could go to the finals and fight for you. Oh no, what a shame. Too bad you don't. Alright. Let's check. We have an encyclopedia page, whatever that means. First, I have a question I need to answer. I don't want a weapon. Just how much more did I get? Hmm. 11. I got another 1,000. Last option. Oh.
How do I read about any of this stuff? I don't know how to get to 7 or I don't know. Oh god. Okay. Oh, there's a lot. So this tells me about all the skills. It tells me about battle in general. Okay, one sec. I'm missing one thing related to doodles. Yo, let's go. I'm missing a lot of skills. There's a lot of stats pages. Oh, that's cool. It's very useful, Kami. Thank you for telling me that this was where I needed to go. I've gained much useful information. Oh, I have so much sea green. Or sea, whatever this is. Well, I maxed them out, so I can literally add whatever parts I want. Oh, you know what? Could give him a second weapon. What if I did? What if I just gave him the same weapon on the other side? Oh. Now, this one can be more of a golf club. Oh, stop it. Draw his axe bigger instead? Okay. Well, I'm gonna do that. It's gonna need to be
a different color. Why not? Why are you telling me it can't be made? Buzz off, game. Make it. There we go. I'm happy with that. Are you happy with that? Perfection. And now to color with the blood of his enemies. Beautiful. Alright, let's see how that changed his stats. He's still magic type. He still has a weapon throw, mind you. Just made his weapon bigger. What do you think? Should the Tonfas just be bigger? Is that the strat? Should I just make the weapons bigger? I'm kind of on board with that. I think that's the way to go, is to just make bigger weapons. Nah, give him some rotate. Okay. Alright, let's give him some rotate-ho. He might have rotate-ho, I actually don't know. What should rotate? Oh no, he does have rotate back here, but I don't know. I don't know how rotate works. Yeah, you see, he has some rotate on his back. That looks disturbing. Oh, we'll give him more rotate. Hold on, I got this. I got this. That's not... Actually, that looks really scary. He's about to fucking drill you, dude. How big is that? Oh, I have more. I need to put more on. Bigger. Bigger. We need a bigger drill. Alright, so I need to go to 1,200. Oh. That was too big. That was too big. What if he just is the drill? Hear me out? What if he just is the drill? Right? Like, everyone's with me on that? What do you think? Is it better there, or should it be on top? 'Cause I'm kind of on board with him just being the drill. His drill will indeed pierce the heavens. Nice. And that little blue spot, that's his one weakness. But you have to be able to hit it. You know, honestly, he looks like he has a big badonkadonk. I feel like... Oh, I turned him into magic type. He has a magic type with 270 HP now. Those are pretty good magic spells for a magic type. And of course, Hambone. I mean, I think Hambone is well established, so Hambone gets a little of everything. We have what? 5 parts, so Hambone can have 1 hard, 1 wiggle, 1 soft, 1 rotate, and, you know, Hambone's just gonna be Hambone, man. Like, you don't need a... Don't ask questions, it's just Hambone. Hambone is the hero we needed, and he's the hero you're getting. One hard wiggle, I do say. I don't like that. Also, 500 is, that'll put me at 300. What the fuck do you mean that shape cannot be created? Thank you. Of course, give him... Yep. Give him the white wiggle. How much? About 300. All right. Give him a hard wiggle. He's beautiful. No, no. Hold on. He's cute, and he's adorable, and he's our Hambone. Oh, hold on. More blood of his enemies. Alright, good. We've established his blood of his enemies. Yeah. I think we're in a good spot. Everyone has turned magic type, but still have good weapons. I really spent 310 hours? That's wild. No shot. I didn't spend 310 hours. Unless that's 3 days, 10 hours. That would make more sense. Oh my god, he's so adorable. Look at him. Oh, 3 doodles, 10 hours. Okay. So if my understanding is correct, this should be the final boss rush. Castle's open. Town bully.
Yo. What? What?
Uh-huh. Yeah, buddy. Alright. Hold on. Before we go up here. This was fucked up. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Before we go in there, gonna step away real quick. We'll be back in less than 5 minutes. Use this chance.
Yippee! We did it! We made it to the finals!
Taro, don't get too excited yet. Listen up, you two. Mono has to be around here somewhere. Let's split up and look for him.
He could be anywhere. Do you have any idea how big this castle is?
Well, let's go.
Wait for me!
There's 3 paths. We can cover more ground if we split up. I'll go search the right, you take the center, and Taro, you go left.
Okay.
Fuck, you're right. Thank you, Kami. That's why I have that. For when I do shit like that. Can't give it good luck. Oni, I do what I want. Unless you mean it, and then I won't. I'm sorry.
Who are you? My name is Mono. I am the Doodle King.
I'm eating something with coconut in it. And I don't like coconut. Oh god. Oh, I have a really bad feeling about something here. I really hope that I do not have to do all of these fights on my team and that my team gets healed in between them. It would be very upsetting if that's not how that works. I could see. No, don't look at his HP. You mean the HP I've already looked at? Sorry, buddy, but I've looked at it. Eesh. 200, huh? Oh, that sucks. I did that. I should have known. I did that to myself. That was my fault. That was pure my fault. Hambone, you will come out at the end when I need you. Right now, my drill must pierce the heavens! Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, that's a lot of damage. This is not good. Okay, this is really bad, actually. Oh, that's so much damage. He would charge. Well, this has put me in a pretty bad spot. I have to guess what he's gonna do. Oh, baby! Okay. Jeez.
I was created to become the Doodle King.
I thought you were the Doodle
The
King.
Doodle King has the power to control the world's colors. The tournaments are held once every year. They are used by the kingdom. Those who win are taken by the kingdom. They are used by the kingdom to try and create a new Doodle King. I am not the true Doodle King. I am a doodle who could not become king. My duty here is finished.
Uh-huh. Okay. Go on. Why am I in charge? Why am I playing? Now some kind of flying thing? Thank God I get my doodles back.
Who are you? My name is Mono. I am the Doodle King.
Well, he's block type. Man, it's kind of OP, man. No, no, no. Oh. I live. I mean, you know, I don't really have an option here. That's fine. I'll take the block. There was a non-zero chance I was winning. Or losing. Oh, Handbomb, you didn't get any love last time. You can have the love this time. He killed himself by 1. Hambone once again takes 0 damage.
I was created to become the Doodle King. The Doodle King has the power to control the world's colors. But the waste, the foolishness, the kingdom abused their power. They abused doodles. Only those who possess a pure heart can create doodles. No one from the kingdom is able to create doodles. For none of them possess a heart that is pure.
Game, my heart's not
The
pure.
kingdom
I
wanted
want you to know
what
that.
only doodles could offer. But it had no means to create them, except one to control those that could. Now, the kingdom rules both humans and doodles. I am not the true Doodle King. I am a doodle who could not become king. My duty here is finished.
Feel like sending Hambone out is disrespecting Hambone. Hambone shouldn't come out unless he's absolutely needed. What is that? Some kind of like sword? Like a sword corkscrew thing?
Who are you? My name is Mono. I am the Doodle King.
Like a winged staff. Oh, Angel. Right, Angel. That's a good one. Probably magic trait. Aha! Joke's on you. You thought I would, but I was better than that. Do I care about Flatten? Hmm. I think I do. I think I very much do. Only 50? Bum bum bum. I don't think he's gonna be able to do anything. This is so dumb. I will never know just how bad this fight could be. I will just never know.
I was created to become the Doodle King. The Doodle King has the power to control the world's colors. This place, this castle, it's like a machine. Used by
It's gonna come grinding to a halt sooner rather than later is the problem.
Control color. A place with a single purpose, one primary goal. The creation of a Doodle King. Now it will be my resting place. For I cannot become king. The real Doodle King escaped with a human. I am not the true Doodle King. I am a doodle who could not become king.
We'll
My
find
duty
out.
here is finished.
Is that an eyeball? I think that's an eyeball.
Who are you? My name is Mono. I am the Doodle
Tommy, you can't make that
King.
face for every single form. Calm down, Tommy. They can't all have traumatized you. Damn, I deserve that. Hey, cat. Hmm. The eyeball. So, you want a wish, do ya? Well, you're gonna have to get through me. The eyeball. That doesn't mean anything to anyone here except Zingo if he can hear me. hurt, that's for sure. You sealed magic! No! This is bad. I mean, fuck it. I just gotta send it. That's fine. Yeah, I pretty much just have to send it. Yo, Watt, what's up, dude? A lot of old faces coming out of the woodwork today. I am the drill to pierce the heavens! That hurt. That was half my health. Welcome back. Are you interested in Dawn Trail? Oh, this is not good. Alright, Hambone. How far were you when you took a break? No, it's not. What do you mean, no, it's not? Oh, that hurts so much, dude. Alright, alright. I'm gonna expect magic. Block. This is very bad. Unless I could get, like, a really good hit on him, which I don't think I can. Oh. Come on. If this has to land or I'm dead. Ah, I think it's over. I think I lose. Damn. Oh, I made it to the eyeball before I lost.
My name is Mono.
Yeah, I tried WoW for all of one day and I was immediately like, absolutely not. Coming back to 14, after taking a or after coming off of WoW though, it's probably really nice for you. Cause the community is wildly different. Oh, that's the exit. I don't want to exit. I didn't realize that was the exit. So you're 50 heading into Stormblood? No, heading into Shadowbringers? Yeah, you're definitely gonna need to gain some levels. If you're 50 heading into Shadowbringers.
But if you're 50 heading into Heaven Sword or Storm's Blood, that's better. Got to start over? Okay, cool. That's nice. It puts me back at the eyeball. So the game is saying, oh, you failed. Do you want to go back and save or try again? That's not bad. At 54? Oh, okay. So you're fine. I mean, do you own the game? Want? Are you playing on a sub or are you on free trial right now? That is a very good game. I'm very happy with that game design. Sarge, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you're just killing yourself. Because if you're on free trial, you have up to Stormblood now. But if you actually own the game, then, I assume you're on an EU server, but on the off chance you're on an American server, we could play together. $141? That's wild how much damage that did. And I blocked his magic seal, too. I hit him like a bowling ball. It's gonna hurt. It shouldn't kill me, but it's gonna hurt. On a sub, on EU. Maybe. I've heard a lot of wishful thinking, but I've not heard any further press on EU being able to interact with US. But you definitely might be right. You bought Shadowbringers when it was new? Oh, okay. Well, what I meant by sub was, are you on a subscription? Are you paying $12 a month or whatever? Is what I meant. If you bought Shadowbringers, I think that you're by default paying. Hit him. Hit him. Slam him. That didn't do that much damage, which kind of sucks. I'm gonna die, so I might as well full send it. Well, it's a shame, but as long as you're enjoying the game. You probably know I stream 14 occasionally. I stream on Monday. Monday's the only day that I stream. No, sorry. I stream 14 on Monday, Friday, and Saturday. Just got it this week. Playing most of today. Needed a good MMO. Yeah. 14 is... I don't know if it's like the best MMO, but it's a very solid MMO. Cat, did you hear? I can finally take a break from 14 in like 4 days. If you're coming from WoW, it should be a far superior experience. Like, no questions asked. It should just be a better experience if you're coming from WoW. No, he blocked! Okay, that's alright. I have no idea what era WoW was in when I played, but I can tell you I absolutely 100% did not enjoy WoW. WoW was so... On one hand, it was boring, and on another, I think I just didn't want to learn another game's systems. F. I'm glad me and B-Man are basically done with Island Sanctuary. No, I hit the wrong button. Okay, well, this is unfortunate. He's gonna magic. Oh no, he's not. Okay. Yeah, when you beat Endwalker, you unlock Island Sanctuary. It basically lets players take a break from the game. They go to their own island, they harvest their own crops, raise their own animals, but it's meant to be a relaxing, like, I can take a break from the game and go to my own personal island paradise kind of thing. Alright, I'm dead. It's weird that you have to beat Endwalker to unlock it. I feel like they should bump it earlier, but, you know, it's what it is. Yeah, it is 100% entirely optional. There is absolutely no reason to do it unless you want to experience all the content the game has. That's pretty devastating. You get a motorcycle, you get a buffalo, you get a crocodile. Yeah, motorcycle, buffalo, crocodile, and then a second motorcycle. The second motorcycle has a farm tractor, like a farm till. You have a farm till attached to the back of the second motorcycle. Oh yeah, and you get a bunch of mandragoras if you're into that. Yeah, I think one of the main problems I had with WoW was that I really wanted to play... I was interested in, I think, the troll race or the zombie or something, but the people who were trying to get me to play with them were all Alliance, and I wanted to play Horde, so they're like, no, you gotta pick an Alliance if you want to play with us. So I picked like a gnome or something, and I was immediately bored out of my mind and disinterested in the game.
A human. It was a human.
Just from the get-go because of that.
A kind and loving human.
Yeah, you couldn't do cross-faction back then. Back when I played. I played in 2014, 2015.
And the name of his creation, Mono. The kingdom saw Mono as nothing but a tool. They used him. Disheartened, Galileo took Mono.
Yeah, I think Lich had come out, but the orange orc dude hadn't returned yet.
Doodles are not tools. The Doodle King is alive.
Oh no, you know what it was? The Asian one with the panda fighters.
To the castle. The true king lies.
I don't know if Watt can hear me.
I am a doodle who could not become king.
Oh, you can't hear me. Yeah, Mists of Pandaria, that was like the new expansion. That's what had come out when I started playing, I think. It had maybe been out a year, but like that was what everyone was talking about, was Mists of Pandaria. Because I think after that was whatever you said his name is, Garrosh. It was called like Garrosh's Return or like Return of something. Like there was a whole expansion about it. But that might have been after WoW Classic, I think. But like you have an idea of what the time frame is. Mists of Pandaria, but before WoW Classic, before the Return of Garrosh, like that was the era I played in.
Who are you? My name is
What is
Mono.
this? It's like a
I
rainbow
am the
dragon.
Doodle King.
Comics just like another form, monkey ass. He's block type. Faint 5. What in God's name? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No! I lose. ARR is honestly pretty rough. I don't like Heavensward, but a lot of people really like Heavensward. I love Stormblood, but a lot of people don't like Stormblood. I don't like Shadowbringers, but a lot of people like Shadowbringers. And I am indifferent on Endwalker. Yeah, I play on PlayStation, so my bindings are all PlayStation based. But I have fun with it. For... Oh, you're accusing Heavensward of being filler? No, I don't think that's accurate. Oh, Dawn Trail. Yeah, Dawn Trail's the beach episode. Yeah, no, 100%. Dawn Trail's the beach episode. But while they were on the beach, they have to solve a murder mystery. It is indeed that. It is that, but they must solve a murder mystery.
Oh, there goes all my MP, so that's cool. It is, yeah. It very much is. Here he goes. He's throwing the square. Bam! It'd be like that, yeah. I think I'm gonna lose to Dragon again. I'm just not getting enough successful counters is my main problem here. Oh, he would fucking charge. Yeah, I lose. Nuked him with the square indeed. Yeah, no, it's over. What? Not bad. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but all my doodles are mid enough that I'm mostly just relying on luck here. Well, I have about 24 minutes I'll put in this. If I don't beat the game today, it'll be slightly sad, but you know, it's gonna be it. This is the final boss rush, to my knowledge. I'm on the third to last boss. There's 2 after this. I've beaten 1, 2, 3, 4 bosses. Then I have this guy. He's 5. And then there's 6 after this, and then the final boss. Again, all what I've read, and I'm assuming. That could be wrong. If I was gonna make that joke, I would have said doodle board.
Who are you? My name is Mono.
But I just gotta outplay the dragon.
Doodle King.
Doodle Bob. Everyone keeps telling me to draw Doodle Bob. Doodle Bob. Doodle Bob, Doodle Bob. Alright, he's block type, which means... Do it. No. Yep, he's gonna seal my charge. I wonder if what they do is consistent or not. Do you know if they're consistent or random? Chalk zone. No. If this hits, I just lose Stolzard. Fuck! I'm gonna go save the game after we lose here.
This is Kami's put way more time into this game, so I'll let him explain it over me. Unless Kami like wants me, the relatively blind person, to explain it. It is an RPG where you draw your own creation, and based on how you draw it, your creation gets stronger. The more you add to it, the more different parts, different features, the stronger it gets. It's also a giant game of rock, paper, scissors. There is some skill to it, but functionally, it is rock, paper, scissors. Alright, hold on. Before I do something dumb, what is block main? So block main forces him to block? That's what you're saying? He has 2. The Doodle can't be commanded and uses random abilities, most likely the ability from the status title. Okay, so he is more likely to block. That did not do that much damage. Does he still have block main? He does. I'm gonna charge. But now I can't use the skill. He still has block main. So he should block. Alright, we'll take that. This actually might be okay. No, no! It's not okay if this hits! Dude. Feint is... Okay. I mean, yeah, Feint's bullshit, and it works both ways. What a sad, sad outcome. I have to... If he's going to use magic, I have to block. Like, there's just... That's the only way around Feint. It's just, you have to block if he's going to use magic. He's going to get 20 MP back. That's rough. Okay. And show the boss out. I'll tell you what. I'll go back home and I'll use the rest of my mana, or the rest of my ink, to draw a door to, quote, show the boss out. How's that sound?
Ooh, maybe it's an Easter egg. Damn it. Yeah. That's fair. I'm not playing strategically enough. I'm not considering the status effect I have. He's going to play in a way where the status effect I have will force me to lose my turn.
I am the Doodle King.
I unfortunately don't think I can do that. Wish.com mono. No, you know what? I have 15 minutes left before I have to come back and beat the final bosses next time. I will do another attempt. And if we lose, then I will go save and we'll beat him next time. And it'll be stereo? Well, you guys are so funny. I can't believe you guys are coming up with jokes this hot. Alright, come on, dragon. Dude, this guy's dragging his doodle all over my face. Dragon is so far the hardest of them all. He's definitely, I mean, I say he's the hardest, but he's the most obnoxious. I don't think he's harder, I think he's just far more obnoxious.
Who are you?
You don't have to set it. I said it myself.
No, I am the Doodle King.
Yeah. You're the Doodle King. I know. I think he's consistent. I think it's always block and then magic. I'm gonna actually write that down because this guy's obnoxious enough that that's actually significant. That's actually not going to help me. It'd be better if I did that. You just write the word win as a doodle. It might work. You know? I think you're right. I think there's a solid chance at that. I think he charges this turn, but I don't want to risk it. Yeah, see, he blocked.
I also really like Watt's idea. Like, I think he's genuinely onto something here. Alright, so he did magic. And he didn't do charge. He did block. If I lose, I'm actually gonna come back up here and see if that's consistent. Because it might be. He's gonna charge. Everything gets thrown out of whack when he charges, though. Well, he's gonna magic me, for sure. Nope, he blocked. Don't know why he charged block, but it's what it is. Yeah, I mean, you can look up what some people have drawn. When I was looking it up, there was a guy who's like, look what I drew after X amount of years. And he just drew like a incredibly accurate Venusaur. So, you know, if that sounds interesting to you, that gives you the level of what you can draw in this game. Is you could draw a Venusaur. Because you can adjust the speed of your, you can adjust the speed, of your cursor, so it actually makes a lot of, or it works really well with analog. It's a shame that it doesn't deflect Feint right back at him. Now, Kami says this game doesn't have PS Mouse compatibility. Oh, because he has Reflect, and I don't. Okay.
My name.
Yeah, I know your name is fucking Mono.
I am the Doodle.
I agree, it does. It's kind of a shame this game doesn't have PS Mouse compatibility. So, if my theory is correct, I can attack, block, and then I think he attacked again. And then I think he blocked again.
Who are you? My name is Mono. I am the Doodle King.
So he should start with a block, if I'm gauging this correctly. He should start with a block. And the moment he stops starting with a block, then I have nothing. Okay, so I have nothing. That's good to know. It is completely random. What he'll do. MP barrier sucks. Like, I just need a better... I need a... If I'm seriously having trouble, I need to get rid of MP barrier. It's a bad... It's just not good. Pop in, say hi. Got work in the morning. It's 2 a.m. Yeah, man, get some sleep. Appreciate you hopping in. Hope you had a good one. Take care. Chill out. Welcome back to Final Fantasy. Damn, so all magics are forced to use MP barrier? Oof, okay. That's obnoxious. At some predetermined time, I believe it what? At some undetermined time, I believe that too. Have a good night, what? Oh, I see. That's the logic behind it? Okay. Basically, just never use magic against this guy is what I'm learning. Well, now we both blocked, so now I have the magic. But that's okay, because... Oh, never mind. I was hoping Dolzar would live, but he didn't. Alright, Hambone. No. Hambone is my secret weapon. Hambone cannot come out until the time is right. Could have magicked that. That's unfortunate. But what's done is done. He doesn't have enough for faint anymore, so now I don't care if he magics. I have successfully outlived him fainting me. This might be the clear, guys. Never mind, he can faint me again. Oh, fuck that. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is so bad. Well, he's surely gonna use magic on me, so I mean, fuck it. No! What? Never mind. He just absolutely counted me. Alright, drags her. He learned what I was doing, and he's not gonna let it happen again. And of course you fucking charge. Of course he charges! So now he's gonna get a free faint hit on me, and there's nothing I can do about it. Unless I faint him first! Nope, it's over. If this feint hits, it's over. And his feint has hit every single time. Yep. Well, it was a good try. We almost got him that time. Gonna head back, gonna save, and we'll come back and beat the game next time. Yep, I was doing good countering it, but then his MP went down, and I kept expecting him to Hail Mary it, and he just didn't, and I didn't give him enough credit. I expected him to Hail Mary Feint 5, and he was absolutely refusing to do it. I had a strat that was working until I got his MP that low, and then I got scared.
My name is Mono.
Man.
I am the Doodle King.
This dragon thing is obnoxious. God damn. Ugh. That one is valid. I think the eyeball one was fair. The eyeball did kill me. But I also got really lucky on man. I stunned once. Lion Coin I stunned once, and then Angel was an absolute joke. I fainted Angel not once but twice. And just bodied Angel. That was so dumb. And this string of end bosses is making me not want to speedrun this game anymore. Fuck. Like, I have a route, but God, if the end game is this rough, that's so brutal. And there's no fast way to save. So you can't even go, oh, okay, I got fainted. Let me just reset the console. Because you'd have to lose so much time to walk all the way back here. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm definitely playing a luck game right now. So, you know. Yeah, they do. 101, 103, 100. Yeah, I don't know if they're gaining experience or not, but... I don't think redrawing these guys would be the answer. Maybe. I think going and fighting someone in a doodle match would be the answer to that. Because I don't really know what I could do to redraw these guys. That would matter. Yeah, he still has some attack type vestiges left, so his defense is low, but his HP is high. And he has good agility. His luck's garbage, though. Well, that's a problem for next time. It's 10. It'd be 10. So, let Kami go to bed on top of the fact that, I need to stop stream at 10 right now. So, thank you anyone who's here, came in at any point, who's watching the VOD. As always, I will see you all next time. You have a good night yourself. Let's see if there's someone to throw you to. If not, we're just gonna head out for the night. Audio. Zingo. Last time I raided Zingo, all I got was fucking memes in a chat. Oh, Clowns is live. We'll give you guys the Clowns. You can hang the rest of the night out with Clones. He banned that guy? Good. No, Clowns is fighting the final boss. We're gonna raid Clowns. Go wish Clowns luck on the final boss of Dark Souls 3. Before you head out, if you guys want to. So yeah, thank you everyone again, and Clowns literally just started. Go show him what's what. Tell him how to be a better Dark Souls 3 gamer. I'll see you guys all tomorrow with basically a full day of Messel and Big Mission practice. So if you guys are interested in Messel and Big Mission, that's tomorrow. MMR2 is later this week. Remember to check that out, and I'll see you guys later. Bye bye.